Sound is there. Hello, everybody. I have very bad news. My voice is fucked. So I took my medicine beforehand. It's still not kicking, I think. If you want to make fun of voice cracks, anything, go right ahead. I understand. I make myself laugh. Told you less throat singing before stream. Fuck, I forgot. Do you want to change what game? No! Oh, what I play next? I mean, we will do some art streams regardless, so I'm gonna have time to rest my voice. Pretty sure the next game is not that long either. Yeah, but Lucas, I think today It's gonna be bad. So I did all I could. I ate before. Puberty hits hard. Well, when do I start having a beer then? When does it start after the voice cracked? Yeah. I ate. I am well hydrated. I have my water. I have my monster. Whatever happens, it's out of my hands. Not long after. Ah, good, good thing. Let me wait until the medicine is finished and then we start the game. As I was preparing for stream, I realized I didn't say what the hilarious bad end choice. Oh, Fitz, welcome back. Was for the previous hour. It's 5 to 5:10, I think, in Minorikawa story. Bad choice is telling Toyama to meet at the noodle house. Let's do that. I want to see. No more 9-hour voiceover. The worst part is I was having a good time. Like, I didn't feel tired in the voice. It comes afterwards. Now I know. But I could have gone on a little more. But it's more like morally in my head. 10-hour stream. We can't. On principle. That's it. Medicine is almost melted. Almost. Oh, also, yeah. In case you can't see or didn't read the pinned message, at the end of the game, I will stop streaming for a few seconds and then come back right after. So, obviously, if you only care about the game, perfect. But also, I will come back just so the VOD is separate. It's easier for me. So don't freak out. I will come back right after. The bad end is self-contained, so you can stall until the meds kick in. Ooh, self-contained though? What does that mean? When you do bad ends in a previous hour, you will have to revert that one decision to get back to where you were though. Gotcha. It's been a few years since I broke my voice like that. How do voice actors do it? When they have the studio to actually scream and do the powerful voice type of stuff, how do they do? And also, the medicine that I have is for singers. Fun thing. They have what is called throat coat. What is that? I heard they also get a lot of water. Throat coat sounds like a medicine, which might be what I have. It's not called this exactly. But it's for the voice. And it does coat the throat a little bit. It just goes away pretty quickly. I haven't ever used it, but I know several streamers who have used it. Let's see. We have like a few minutes. Oh, it's a tea. Or at least some of it comes on a tea. I can only see tea. So I guess it's a tea. Interesting. So that means voice actors, they have to pee a lot, don't they? They get tea, they get a lot of water. It's only drink stuff. Have you noticed that now? Every little screen that you see scrolling right now, you know now who they are. It's pretty cool. The secret to a good VA career is to pee a lot. Goddamn. The last part of that medicine takes hours to go away. When you tell them to piss off, it means to do a good job. I wonder if it's actually a thing though, that they do pee a lot. Let's do the bad end first. In the previous hour. Should be around here. Or maybe here. And piss boys slash girls are the elite. I see. I see why you got on that topic so quickly. Where should we meet? Let's see that bad end. Let's go to the noodle house. Recalling the noodle house from the menu he'd seen earlier, he opted for that. Dogen hunt, huh? Tama rumbled the words under his breath. What's the matter? Is there some problem with that? Oh, no, no. Alright, I'll meet you there. It's over in Dogenzaka. The address is on the menu. He hung up, and Minorikawa quickly gathered his belongings. Chiaki, how's that copy coming along? Um, well, almost done? Just a little more, I think. Alright, bring your computer and come with me. I'll read over what you've got so far. Minorikawa waited as Chiaki got ready to head to the cafe. As the two were heading out of the office, however, someone else opened the door. You've got 14 minutes and 57 seconds left to send to press. Ban a moderator for 12 seconds would be a secret team. I agree. Maybe not ban, but timeout. 56, 55. Okay, so we meet him again. Does that mean I can... Okay. Let me see. Okay, so it did change. Let's go here. What? Why? We're going to finish up your copy on site, then burn the data onto CD on hand, and hand it over to you there. So they meet this guy for the first time, and they're like, "You're coming with us." And he's like, "Why?" Kitayama let out a sigh of resignation. "Very well. I suppose I'd simply be waiting here anyway." Minorikawa pumped his fist in victory. "Alright, Jackie. Go and copy the DTP data we've got so far onto your computer." "Sure thing, Mr. Mino." Jackie quickly set about copying the data from the editing department's desktop. "So it's just that you now dare to put me in your crosshair." I brought my I brought my plushie with me. Where is it?" "Okay, done. Then let's go." With the others in tow, Minorikawa headed for the noodle house where Toyama would be waiting. The soba restaurant Dogen Hut was roughly halfway up Dokenzaka. Ooh. Inside, they encountered the proprietress, the owner, near the door. She held a massive cleaver for cutting soba noodles, clutched in one hand. The mental support plushie eats a pom-pom pudding. I wish I had a sea slug plushie. Toyama wasn't there. "Excuse me?" Minorikawa said. "Has a middle-aged man come by your shop? Name's Toyama." The owner let out a weary sigh. "That guy, huh? You folks know him?" "Yes, that's right." "Then I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to do this." "It was all his fault, though. You reap what you sow." Minorikawa didn't know what she was going on about, but suddenly he had a very bad feeling. "So then, Toyama was here?" he asked cautiously. "Yes, he came by." "Well, where is he now?" "Please tell me." "No, I have no obligation to tell anything to friends of Toyama's." Evidently, there was some bad blood between Toyama and this woman. "The real victim here is me." Her voice rose abruptly to a roar. "Now listen up good, this old woman's story." I don't have time for this, Minorikawa thought. He needed to find Toyama as soon as possible, but instead it looked like he'd be stuck hearing out this angry woman first. "All right, we're listening. Tell us your story." "It's a long one." The woman's mouth twisted up and she licked her lips. Leaning in to tell her tale. "Ooh, long, long ago, when I was still in my 20s, I would often make deliveries to Heaven Publishing. They were some of my best customers. Back then, we were so busy my employees practically worked themselves to death. You see, Duggan Hut had the finest soba in Japan, and our spokesmodel was considered one of the most beautiful girls in the world. Back when this woman was in her 20s, Heaven Publishing hadn't even existed yet, but Minorikawa figured he'd better not correct her. That would probably just piss her off and make her stop entirely. Yeah, don't piss someone off when they have a cleaver on hand. He kept his mouth shut and listened to her silly tale. But anyway, that's all in the past now. As time went on, we had a lot of delivery customers asking us to put their bills on their tab, so much so that it became a problem, and we changed our policy to disallow that sort of thing. But the fine folks of Heaven Publishing consider themselves an exception to that rule. And that put my part-timer Masa, who does the deliveries, in a bit of a bind. Okay. Oh, Masa's a student at Midoriyama Academy. Yeah, I think I've heard his name before. Um. hmm. Oh, that's the guy. Okay, I see who it is. Minorikawa's face, yeah, that's such a good little detail. Impossible, but still kind of nice. He took the day off to go on a date with his girlfriend. I hear they're planning to compete as a couple in some ice cream eating contest that's going to air on TV. So they were going to a practice run together today. Honestly, how ridiculous is that? Honestly, I couldn't care less about Masa one way or the other, Minriko thought. This whole experience was turning into a real ordeal. So yes, we were in a real bind. I run a restaurant here, not a charity operation. I'd call and ask them to set it up, but they'd always insist, oh, we don't have any money. And that's a lie. It's got to be a lie. What else could it be? Otherwise, how could they keep making that magazine of theirs? That Celebrity Confidential or whatever the hell it is? Celebrity Confidential was a weekly tabloid put out by one of Heaven Publishing competitor. Minorika was just going to have to let that egregious mix-up slide. And that's not all, the owner spat. Oh no. On top of that, their magazine's little gourmet Gab's corner, or whatever they call it, ran a scathing review of us. After that, customers started keeping their distance, and I aged 20 years practically overnight. Gourmet Gabs was a column that ran in Celebrity Confidential. So it's not even about Toyama then. There was nothing on the sort in for start general gossip. This woman had clearly gotten the two magazines mixed up somehow. Awful. Just awful, isn't it? All I wanted to do was make soba for people to enjoy. And so to be treated like this? To be treated like this? The woman has started to sob. The cleaver began to waver in her trembling hand. But then, earlier today, these two Yakuza-looking fellow came by. Said they were looking for Toyama from Heaven Publishing. Guess they saw one of our menus at his office and figured he might come by. She had to be talking about Ozu and Segawa. They'd both been nearby when Minorikawa was rooting through the desk drawers. They must have spotted the menu then. I told them he wasn't here and I hadn't ordered delivery in some time. So they said that if I happened to see him, to give them a call. Now, I was going to just turn them away. They looked like a pair of nasty loan sharks. Tama would never be able to pay off his tab if they caught him. And so I told them as much. The owner lowered her voice before continuing. But they said they'd be most appreciative if I could let them know. Even offered to pay his tab for me if I did. And, well, that pretty much settled it. So I let them give me their phone number. Minorikawa's face went pale. This lady had been bribed by those two thugs? And so I guess you figured it out. A little earlier, Toyama did drop by, looking like he was trying to lie low. So it all came together. I snuck out back and gave those two a call. And so here we are. Here we are. You guys were just a hair too late. Oh crap. Tama had been carted off by the moneylenders. Minorikawa had to find him right away. Mr. Mino, Jackie squeaked nervously. We have to hurry and go look for him. Yeah. Minorikawa and the others headed for the door. Wait. The voice sounded as if it had echoed up from the very depth of hell. Minorikawa and company stopped in their tracks. Ma'am? You think I can just let you go? The old woman began to stalk toward them. Those guys, they left without showing their appreciation or paying off the tab. They lied to me. And so just who's going to show me the appreciation I'm owed? Who's going to pay that tab? You're all in this together, trying to play me for a fool. but hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. The owner lifted her cleaver high. Her eyes smoldered with an inhuman rage. A murderous aura surrounded her like a bonfire wind. Wait, Minorikawa cried. We're his friends? Then prepare yourselves. You'll repay his debt to me with your lives. Their three companions stood paralyzed with horror, watching their bloody doom approach. The blade glimmered in the dimness as she swung it toward Minorikawa. Time for some fresh meat. Minorikawa, Chiaki, and Katayama screamed, their cries echoing clear across the Genzaka. Tragedy at the Noodle House. It was no ordinary grudge that the owner of the Gen hut held toward Toyama, as Minorikawa and the others found out firsthand, falling victim to her mighty clever. Yeah, this isn't the right place to have the mean up with Toyama. Seriously, who the heck decided this was a good idea? Oh! Here. Let's at least... Wait, no. Let's get back to the right one. Never underestimate old ladies with huge cleavers. Yeah. The cafe. Should be good, right? Yeah. Okay. Whose timeline were we on? I remember we were in the middle of one. Was it Achi or Kano? Oh. Ooh. Where to handle the bomb? We didn't make any choice, so it has to be here. Oh. Let's get back to it. As much as I can. Right, that's where we were. Figuring out where the bomb was. Oh shit. To me, it's either the fake on him, on Palmer, or it's in a minivan again. So I'm gonna say the fake for now. On the fake, there was no other place he could possibly have planted it. Kano began to pat Palmer down carefully. Achi! He shouted. Check the case! Hurry! He gestured to the attaché case Palmer had been carrying. Don't move. Kano searched through his captive's jacket and the pockets of his pants. But he came up with nothing. Perhaps Alfred had fitted the bomb into the man's watch or belt? Stop this. I'm not carrying a bomb. Shut your mouth. But Kano couldn't spot anything suspicious about the watch or the belt either. He clenched his jaw in frustration. Did Palmer really not have it after all? Detective! It was Achi. He looked alarmed. Kano hurried over to him, dragging Palmer along. There's no way he didn't know, right? Unless there's a hidden compartment? Because he did go into the case to grab the vials. When he looked inside the attaché case, Palmer's face went pale. No, it can't be. Alfred, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal, mine from overexertion, but... Then he abruptly broke into stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse. And it went right under my nose. Palmer looked over at Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. A plastic explosive created for military use. The chief component is RDX. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce this, which is combined with a plasticizer such as diacetyl sabacate. Sabacate? It is highly reliable and is used by many military forces around the world, most notably the US Armed Forces. I won't lie, deeper we go towards the end, the more typos there are. It's pretty funny. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. A chill ran up Kano's spine. Do not let this man go, he said, handing Palmer over to Susumu. Got it, just leave it to us. Susumu signaled to his followers, who immediately dumped Palmer unceremoniously on the ground. Kano carefully inspected the inside of the attaché case. Achi had found a false bottom in the case. Ah, that explains it. Try. Uh. Under normal circumstances, I might have. Might. But right now, I'm already making effort to sound normal. Set within it was what looked like a detonator. Kano didn't know much about bomb disposal. He'd only been taught the very basics during his police academy training. Nonetheless, something drew his eye. It's a receiver, right? Is it a microphone that listens to that ringtone? A microphone. There was a parabolic microphone attached to the detonator. In all likelihood, the detonator had been set to go off in response to some sort of sound. It's a fancy-ass scientific name anyway. You probably wouldn't ever use the word again in your life. Cross fingers, touch wood, everything. Hey, detective, is that thing gonna explode or not? Hachi's voice was shaky. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. The ringtone! A specific sound, huh? Hachi took a moment to think. That's it! It must be Hitomi's ringtone! She turns off her phone and that's why, fake Kanan cannot call her. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then? Hitomi asked. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Kano had to fight back any feelings of relief. They couldn't forget that this was Alfred they were dealing with. Assuming they were safe would be a dangerous mistake. Carefully lifting up the detonator, Kano spotted another cable connected to the bomb. As calmly as he could, he tried to remove the plastic explosive from the attaché case. It's also on a timer. He quickly discovered that the thinly stretched sheet of plastic explosive was only an intermediate layer, concealing a second false bottom. A small timer had been set beneath it. There's not just sound trigger. Kano's mouth had gone dry. His voice came out as a whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Yeah, let me remind you that the very first scene of the story was a man in a blue van dying to an explosion after the ringtone. That's why it never left my mind. Never. Because when we heard it again at the minivan that almost killed Hitomi and Minorikawa and the others, I remembered that ringtone and we heard it again. We were shown the moment of Mamoru Tanaka's death at the beginning before reaching it in the middle of the story. Oh. Stanley had been right on the mark. The ringtone of Hitomi's cell phone would trigger the explosion. That way, Alfred could eliminate both her and his stooge, Almer, at the same time. But just in case the sound trigger were discovered, as a backup, the bomb had also been rigged to explode after a set time. Kano speed dialed his boss. Director Kuze, where is that bomb squad? 151. 150. Not even 2 minutes left to go. It didn't look like the explosive ordnance units would make it in time. Kano scanned the area, weighing his options. He noticed Achi standing right beside the bomb case. Achi, he called out, leave that thing and get out of here. But Achi didn't move. No way. He sat down, the attaché case cradled in his arms. Achi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear this area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to save these people too? Kano bit his lower lip in frustration. Achi was right. If the bomb went off amidst the crowd like this, there was no telling how many casualties there'd be. He needed to do whatever he could as quickly as possible. Get back! Everybody, get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. There's a bomb! Everyone, get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. Hitomi, Suzumu, and the others added their voices his? Oh, okay, they screamed too, basically. There's a bomb! Everybody run! Get away as fast as you can! Please, you'll have to get out of here! But the crowd wasn't listening to their warnings. On the contrary, some people hurried closer to see what the commotion was all about. Those dumbasses! To his, they forgot to put the word to. Okay. They have been doing that a lot and switching two words with each other too. What the hell? It was no use. They were out of time. Kano had to save Achi at least. He turned back to him and called out. Achi, that's enough. Leave the bomb and let's go. Achi! Hitomi shouted. Come on! But Achi only clutched the bomb more tightly. What are you doing? Kano screamed. Come with us, hurry! Still, Achi would not move. Susumu's face went pale. Wait! Achi, your leg! What about my leg? Earlier, when you kicked that steel pipe. What the heck? Finally, Kano understood he can't run. It wasn't that Achi didn't want to move. He couldn't move. And so he decided to get all heroic and use himself as a human shield to minimize the impact of the explosion on everybody else. That idiot, Kano muttered. If his legs was busted, why didn't he say so? How did he even make it this far? There couldn't be much time left. If Kano rushed to help him now, he might not make it to safety before the bomb went off. He had to make a decision. He couldn't just rush in without a plan. Kano ran for Achi anyway. He couldn't just abandon him. What plan? You have like 30 seconds. Go for it. He couldn't just abandon him. Achi was being an idiot. He wanted to sacrifice himself for the greater good, but Kano wasn't going to let him do that. To have someone else be your shield? To have them up and give their life for yours? Achi had no idea just how hard that would be on the people he left behind, even if it did save their life. And until he was capable of comprehending that, Kano wasn't going to just let this kid die. He reached Achi in a matter of moments and grabbed him by the shoulder. Hard. Let go of the case, now. but Achi reflexively hunched lower. What the hell are you doing, man? Why'd you come back here? Just come with me, we have to get out of here. Look, you need to run. I can't move. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Kano squatted down and looked Achi right in the eye. Okay, you can't move on your own, so I'm going to help you move, and unless you want to kill me too, you better cooperate. Damn it, don't be a fool, man. The strength ebbed from Achi's hands. Wasting no time, Kano pulled the case away, then slipped an arm around Achi's side. Their legs got entangled as Kano dragged Achi to his feet. Come on, run! The detective shouted when they were upright at last. They needed to get as far away as possible in the few seconds they have left. Kano didn't know how big the explosion was going to be. Palmer had said it would be enough to blow the whole area to smithereens, though. And there had been true terror in his voice when he said it. They just needed to keep moving, keep running as far as their legs would take them. Okay, I can't screech. Achi! Hitomi shrieked. And boom! They don't survive this, do they? There was a blinding flash of light. Then, everything went dark. The force of the blast robbed Kano of his senses. He couldn't tell what happened to Achi. And in the end, Kano never even knew what cut his own life short. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So what choice did we get? Here, we don't really have one. There is no jump here. What was the choices? Or what were the choices? Him, Hitomi, or in a minivan. Oh, I'm wondering if no matter what you choose, they make it so it's real. But one or the other might be more convenient for you. I don't know. Let's do the plan. I don't see how it would work. He couldn't just rush in without a plan. A detective needed both cool mind and a fiery spirit, and the more heated the situation was, the more he needed to stay cool. He could feel the muscles in his leg begin to stiffen. He did his best to slow his racing heartbeat as his mind sought desperately for a way out of the situation. But his eyes remained fixed on Achi, holding that bomb in his arms. Knowing that it could explode at any moment made it almost impossible to think. The harder he tried to calm himself, the more his panic grew. He cursed himself for not leaping into action immediately. He should have acted before thinking. That was the only thing that he was good at. And still he stood frozen, staring at Achi. Then he felt the hairs rise up on the back of his neck. White smoke was pouring from an approaching minivan. So it's not even the case it's a fake bomb? No, it's the theater troupe. Or at least it should be. The vehicle teetered to a stop along the shoulder of the road. Still the smoke spilled out, rolling from the partly open window. Ice machine. Put the fucking ice in the bomb! Kano could feel a strange chill in the air. Is that? Instinctively, he rushed toward it. It's the dry ice machine! Peering through the minivan's windows, he saw a clunky box-shaped device on the back. It was rumbling fiercely, spitting out an unending amount of white pumps. A dry ice machine. Hey! Kano yelled, banging hard on the door. Open up! By freezing a bomb that used an electronic activation trigger, it was possible to kill the battery cell and deactivate the detonator. The explosive ordnance unit used liquid nitrogen, but maybe dry ice could work as well. That's what they say on Stanley. In his, that's why they used the flashback. Because now we know for this. There were three men inside the vehicle. Kano shouted at the one in the driver's seat. I need to borrow that machine. I think they don't mind. Ah, the man replied in a lethargic drawl. No way, man. We haven't even paid this off yet. There was no time to explain or negotiate. Kano was just going to have to take it by force. One of the theater troupe members was the very first person to talk to Hitomi. Oh! Hold it right there! Another man appeared suddenly in front of the vehicle. The pashy fellow Kano had run into at the scene of the explosion. You guys are with that Wandering Angels theater troupe, yeah? He said to the van's occupant. He pointed at the dry ice machine. That thing's defective. The guy from the electronics store had said he'd refund your deposit. For real? Yeah, he told me to tell you that the machine had been recalled. We'll bring it back for you, so hurry up and open the door. Yeah, okay. The newcomer helped the three men unload the dry ice machine from the minivan. Then he turned to Kano. You need to hurry. Here. Hurry up and take it, he shouted. Right, thanks. Damn, Minorikawa. Kano wasn't sure what was going on, but he took the machine and ran, pushing it ahead of him across the pavement. Achi! Hitomi wailed, tears in her eyes. The detective blew right past her, trailing a billowing plume of white smoke in his wake. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Please let me make it in time. Kano let loose a wild yell. He ran as fast as his legs would take him toward Achi and the bomb. What? To be continued? And we can't? Why can I? I'm pretty sure we did. I can't jump? Why? Susumu. The shout had come from Achi. I'm pretty sure we saw that. What was the control? Controls? How do we um autoplay on and off? There. We saw that part. We saw it many times. Come on, come on, come on. Let's get it. Must be a different jump? No. It was skip out, but I think I must have done something that took away what we done and put the keep out again. There should be another keep out after this. And that's the last jump we got from Kano before the to be continued. Don't know what happened, but that's okay. It feels so nice to hear them cheer. No sign of Kano or Alfred. Soon both men were lost in the crowd. Achi would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wounded leg made it impossible. Get him, detective, he murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. Keep out. So last time we had this one. Wait, what? It's the same one. Why? What? That's so weird. Um, there's nothing significant that I mean there are the jumps. I think there's more Achi jumps in Kano story. There is, but you can't access it. This is the one we used to get here. And this is the one to advance, but first of all, we started here. Between the ones you found ineffective. Between? But there's only two. There's this one we used, and this is the last one. Or there's more? I need to make another choice? Where to handle the bomb? But it's a to be continued, that means I've done the right choices, no? Maybe if he searches for a minivan, then finds the one with the dry ice. As Achi discovers the bomb, it will make the travel a little more effective. Let's try. At least you have my reasoning for choosing the minivan. He was going to try the same ploy all over again. Kano thought back to the other van explosion earlier that afternoon. Alfred would need an explosion big enough to wipe out both Hitomi and the fake Alfred if they got separated. With that in mind, rather than plant a bomb in one fixed spot, he would use a minivan, which could be moved to wherever Hitomi and Palmer happened to be. Achi, it's a minivan. Look for a minivan. Okay, no. Let's still see. I thought he would still ask Achi to check the case. Kano scanned the area. There were plenty of vehicles parked all around, but no minivans. This seemed strange. If the two intended victims were here now, he'd expect the bomb to be somewhere near as well. Still, he didn't spot a minivan anywhere. Kano ground his teeth in frustration, sweat practically pouring from his forehead. Was he wrong in his assumption? If he was wrong, where else could the bomb be hidden? His mind began to run in circles. Okay, you can do this, he told himself. Focus. Just think. Focus. Think. He had to trust himself and then take action. He decided he'd just have to start checking whatever vehicle were close by. Leaving the fake Alfred under SOS's watch, he ran for the nearest parked car. He peered in through the side window. There didn't appear to be anything suspicious inside. Of course, if the bomb were set in the engine compartment or the trunk, a cursory check like this would never find it. Still, he hurried toward the next car. He had to trust his detective's instincts. If he couldn't spot the bomb itself in the vehicle, maybe something else would alert him to its presence. Alfred had a certain criminal signature that Kano was sure would linger. Nothing abnormal here. No problems here. Not this one either. With each car he checked, Kano's panic rose. About 2 minutes must have passed since he started searching the bomb. Already more than 15 had passed since Palmer had appeared on the scene. The detonation could come at any moment now. Kano felt he might crumple under the weight of fear. It might already be too late. He felt utterly defeated. And then he saw it. The minivan. Okay. But it's not in there. A small boxy minivan, and it was racing right toward him. That was it. It had to be. The van drew steadily closer, streaming a massive plume of white smoke. Kano sprang into action. Stop! Stop the vehicle! He rushed right into the minivan's path, bracing himself to stop it with his own body if necessary. The driver's compartment was filled with white smoke, making it impossible for him to see who was driving. The van might be unmanned. Stop! Kano shouted again. He knew it was probably pointless, but he had to try. I do remember choosing Hitomi. That was my next guess. Not the minivan that exploded. Kano whirled around. He could see countless bloodied bodies scattered across the pavement. What the hell just happened? It wasn't the minivan that had exploded. The bomb must have been hidden someplace else. No. How? Kano crumpled to his knees. The minivan drove right on past him. The chilling breeze in its wake washed over him like the winds of despair. Let's check on Hitomi. On Hitomi. That way he could be certain he'd at least eliminate her. Now that Hitomi carried the antiviral within her body, Alfred couldn't risk letting her go. If other terrorists happened to find out about her and managed to get hold of her blood, it could undermine everything he'd done. Whether he succeeded or failed at getting the antiviral from her, killing Hitomi must have been part of the plan. Pardon me, miss, Kano said. I just need to search you real quick. Hitomi hesitated, then gave a firm nod. Achi, keep an eye on this guy, Kano called out, gesturing at Palmer. If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his light out. Okay, sure thing. Kano carefully scanned Hitomi from top to bottom. A cursory look was enough to tell him that there wasn't anywhere on her person a bomb could feasibly be hidden. Nonetheless, he did a pat-down search just to make sure. She had her cell phone in her pocket, but beyond that, she wasn't carrying anything else of note on her person. Did you buy all the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself? Yes, most of them. The ring I got from my sister. What about your clothes? Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn. Hmm, I see. Kano sighed deeply. No bomb. It wasn't there. Was Kano's guess off base? Or had Stanley just been jumping at shadows? Deciding he'd better check with the American, Kano got out his cell phone. Cell phone? Kano stared at his phone without dialing. That was it. People always kept their cell phones on them. If you planted a bomb on one, you'd be sure to eliminate the owner. He told me, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb. It was the only explanation. He took the phone from Hitomi and went to power it on. Don't do that. Stop! Achi shouted. Don't turn that thing on. Why not? I don't know. It's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off. There was no doubt about it. This was it. On his own phone, Kano called Director Kuze. It's Kano. I found the bomb. It's a miniature explosive inside a cell phone. Kano described the dimension and weight of the phone. The director ordered him to stand by until the bomb squad arrived. It feels like the wrong one. Hi, Sparkly. How are you doing? Kano hung up, then gently set Hitomi's phone down on the ground. I miss flip phones. Well, what do we do? Achi asked. For now, just let me handle this, Kano said. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here. But, look, just get out of here, Kano snapped. I'm just waiting for the explosive ordnance unit to get here. After that, I'll clear out right away too. Don't worry. Alright. Achi took Hitomi by the hand and turned to go. Yeah, there's no... It's not the phone. We already know that. Woke up really late, but I'm rested. Nice! The first part, I won't lie, is just a bad end on the previous hour that Pitts wanted me to see. You didn't miss anything actually. We did no advancing. $69, nice. We just made the right choice. I'm pretty sure the answer lies in Tateno's part. It has to be elsewhere. We've done that already. Maybe no. So we can get to Stanley. I gotta go for the day because I gotta shower and then I'll be hanging out with a bunch of friends. Enjoy! Enjoy the get together! And thank you for coming by. But go enjoy your time with friends. You go. Shoo, shoo. Get out of here. Shoo. Must be an earlier decision from Kano. You think it is Kano? Like one of those that looked inconsequential, but mentioned Achi more directly. Because these are I tried. Let's see what this choice was. This one didn't involve Achi that I remember. What about this? That also. Nothing to do with Achi. And also, yeah, Achi is not the problem. Because we got the two that we need. But for some reason, when you continue the story from here, it doesn't go to the save point. So let's go back to Tateno. Calling Hitomi is pointless. We can go back to Kano, but that's it. And we can't go to Stanley. So maybe we need to let her into the lab. Maybe. He was going to have to let her into the lab. Tateno had made up his mind. Is something the matter? Osawa asked wearily. No, no, it's nothing. Then if you would be so kind. Osawa led the way. Kanan and Tateno followed him toward the storage facility. It took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep in the ground. Does that mean they can't receive calls? The doors opened to reveal a long, straight corridor. There was a door at the far end, with a device at one side for checking IDs. Kanan approached the device, setting the laptop she'd borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. She affixed a scrap of paper with Kenji Osawa's password written on it to one side of the monitor. Yeah, I agree. But we need something to jump. It was grayed out, so... Then she connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. Tateno kept his hand on his holster as he watched her work. Kanan began to slowly tap away at the keyboard. Her screen displayed a series of numeric values that changed with each keystroke. She checked the changes carefully, timing the movement of her fingers according to some formula. The device let out a warning sound, and the display lit up. Incorrect password. The input had been rejected. Was this really going to work? Tateno felt his impatience growing. Osawa's face showed a similar unease. Kanan turned to look at them. How many failed attempts are we allowed? 2, I believe, Osawa answered. After a third failed attempt, the storage area is locked down and can't be reopened without input from the full board of directors. Kanan had already resumed typing before he finished speaking. I'm gonna turn on the lights. Okay. There's a very slight difference in power consumption from the device when it processes a correct password compared to an incorrect one. There's a minuscule difference in the time it takes to run the process as well. If I can analyze those and compare them... Kanan's voice trailed off. She continued working. There was another warning sound. A second failed attempt. A single bead of sweat ran down Tateno's forehead. But Kanan didn't so much as bat an eyelash. Ah, I see. Her face remained full of confidence. It won't be a problem, she assured them. This isn't my first time with this type of mechanism. Slowly, one at a time, Kanan pressed key after key, while keeping her eyes on the laptop screen. With each keystroke, a waveform at the top of the screen, looking almost like an echocardiogram readout, wobbled slightly. The laptop let out a tiny sound. A sequence of 10 characters appeared on the screen, and Kanan read them off. Tateno jotted them down in his notebook, and headed over to the scanner to enter the twin passwords for Osawa and Tanaka. Oh, so she did it! The door opened. Kanan let out a sigh of relief. Osawa gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Get out! As soon as Osawa and his daughter were out of view, Tateno drew his pistol. Kanan arched an eyebrow. What do you think you're doing? Just get out of here. Tateno pointed the barrel of his gun at Kanan's face. And she does? Silently, she did as she was told, turning and walking toward the elevator. He followed a few paces behind. She gave no hint of resistance. Now Tateno needed to let Stanley know that they'd successfully opened the lab door. He pulled out his cell phone as he followed her into the elevator. As soon as he did, Kanan pressed herself flush against the wall. A sudden explosion from within the corridor sent Tateno careening off balance. He slammed into the elevator wall. Then, as he lay in a daze, the elevator doors drew slowly closed, and the cab began to rise upward. Tateno could tell that the impact had broken several of his ribs. Blood rose up from his throat and filled the inside of his mouth. He felt his grip on consciousness fading, but he managed to flip open his cell phone. Stanley, please, pick up. He jabbed his thumb hard on the call button. Please tell me this is not canon. Stanley here. What's going on? Hey, has something happened? That's what happened in Stanley's POV. He doesn't answer. Hey, answer me. But it was too late for Tateno even to hear Stanley's voice. Tell me it's about an oof, thank God. Okay. So it's definitely the wrong answer here. Definitely. Yeah, you're right. It's the only game where you're happy to get a bad ending. Okay, we got back to here. What? No. No. Let's go back here. We won't be calling Hitomi because she's not there. Her phone is off. So yeah, we've done this one. But then what? It goes to Kano. It doesn't matter. Yeah, she can't answer. Her phone is off. Last time we did this, it was wrong. But maybe it's the other choice. She did hack the password though. And we tried both for this. So it's not in Tateno. Both lead to a bad end. inspection? That should not matter. How do we get back to Stanley? No idea. That's Kajiwara. So this should not even change the results. Right? It doesn't change. What about the B version? Hi Potato, how are you doing? I think none of them matter. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Oh no, it does. Maybe I checked too early. Yeah. Okay, so maybe it's at Stanley. Maybe it's the warning. My voice is fried. I mean, let's tell him to kill her. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Tetsuno hung up without saying anything. Right. So that should be canon now. Did it change anything for Tateno? What did I do? Oh! It did change. Ah. It did change. Oh my god. Kill her. Do it. Just another day and another great Tigi stream. I hope. I hope. How? Because now he has more determination. He's been prepared since that call that he might have to shoot her. Maybe since then, he has been thinking about it. I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. It's not that you don't want to pull that trigger. It's that you can't pull that trigger. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. How? How do you know about that? Tatino was shaking now, his aim wavering. I heard you talking with the younger detective up on that roof. I was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart. If you think I'm Alfred, then shoot me right here. Huh? The corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Teno's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell she was casting over him. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Please, Tateno, please. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Please. That's what Stanley had said. And he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alfred, a sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. Pull it! There was a horrid, visceral sound. Okay, so that part is the same? Come on, Tateno, please. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'd probably never be able to. Where were you even aiming? Shit. Is it still a bad end? It is. He can't shoot. So he stalls. He stalls. I think her calling Hitomi wastes time, so it's the right one. What about here? Please tell me something changed. I think this is the right one too. Come on, Tateno. Just stall. Let her talk. Ah! Ah! Kotone's final moments flashed through Tateno's mind. A flashback perfect for stalling. If he hadn't fired back then, maybe Kotone would still be alive. Your friend's entire life was changed because of you. Why hadn't he tried to talk the culprit down? To talk the culprit down. He knew the reason why. Because he'd loved Kotone. He'd still loved her, even after she'd become Daisuke's wife. His desire to be the one who saved her had warped his sense of judgment when things had come down to the wire. Tateno, do you not enjoy being with me? There was a forlorn look on Kotone's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. Her very presence soothed him. But the more serious their relationship had grown, the more it tore at Tateno's heart. The truth was that he didn't really know what happiness was, and so he was incapable of making someone else happy. If it were possible, he'd want Kotone to be smiling always, and that meant her being with someone other than him. I I think it would be best if we stop seeing each other. Tateno blurted out the words bluntly, and Kotone's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of any lack of feelings for her. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung up of his pursuit of human warmth, and his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid that he wanted too much love and affection from Kotone. I. Bit by bit, Tateno lowered his gun, his hands even more unsteady. His heart was on the cusp of breaking, and still Kanan continued with her diabolic whispering. You can go ahead and kill me, but if it turns out that I'm not Alfred, what then? Now she stared at Tateno with an almost pitiable look. You'll have once more done something that you can never undo. Something I can never undo. Tateno repeated the word dully, feeling himself forced into a trance. That's right. Could you ever accept that? No, I couldn't. Couldn't make the same mistake. His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up in a ball like a child. And that's why you can't shoot anyone. I can't shoot anyone. As Tateno muttered the words, Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. I can! Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Tateno. He'd become a detective who didn't lose sight of what he was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. Tateno had nearly forgotten, nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of that final salute Kano had given him. He brought his gun back up to bear. Don't be absurd, Kanan mocked. You can't shoot anyone. Actually, I can. The words creaked dryly from Tateno's throat. When there's something I'm supposed to protect, I can shoot. The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve he needed to face down an opponent who ought to have terrified him. Dig dictum number 1, yes! I learned that from someone who was terrible at his job. Kanan's eyes went cold. Immediately, she lifted up her gun again. Once more, their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately, Tateno could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. The young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. She had borne witness to carnage and bloodshed the likes of which he couldn't even imagine. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Tateno braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off Kanan's. If nothing else, he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. But could he do that, given the opponent he faced? Yes, somehow he would do it. As a detective, as a man, even if he had to give his own life to succeed. Even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he had committed. You know what? I prefer this because in the end, he is still alive. Right now, he is still alive. We lost a jump, but that was not available. Did we need this one? Eighteen, 1850. Yeah, we already had this one. What about in Kano then? Oh, it changed here. We can go to Stanley. We can go to Stanley. Stanley, get your ass to the lab, please. Pulling out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley at the electronics shop. I forget how that game works. Wait, what? 1825? Here, but we already had this. We need for 1850. Kano. Stanley. Why? And we're missing a whole ending. Oh, this game is turning my brain into mush. Let's do Kanos. What the hell? What? Why? Why? We had the ending. I swear I thought Kano had a good ending. He did. There was a keep out for him. Maybe it's with Achi? But I didn't change my... Ah, I know why. I know why. Yeah. There we go. We have it to be continued. We can't go to Achi. This one is Stanley 1850. Achi is in a keep out. And that's why can I not do this? What time is it for? $19.50. Oh yeah. Maybe now for Achi? It didn't break the keep out. The keep out sign. It didn't break it. To explain Sparkly, we tried to continue Achi's end at some point, using the exact same jump. And then it advanced. It gave us another keep out. So I thought the last jump that appears at Kano, maybe here is the problem? I don't know. The last jump that Kano has, I thought it would be for what's coming. But apparently it's not from here. But then who's left? Stanley is left. I don't know where his jump is for the next hour. For the next time part. We have to get through this cutscene again. Bear with me. Yeah. Keep out. Okay. It's the same place. And for Tateno, it's to be continued. And for Minorikawa and for Osawa, so that can be it. It can't be Tateno at this point. Stanley. I don't know. Maybe it's here this whole time. $6.50. I think we've seen it. Yeah, it's here. I'm dumb as shit. It is this one. My god. As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the Scramble? To act as a decoy to get Hitomi's blood indiscriminate terrorism? I think it's both. It's all three actually. But a decoy. Surely that was the imposter's purpose. But it wouldn't be a simple matter of providing a brief distraction. Alfred had been careful to wipe out almost everyone she'd associated with in the past. That was precisely why all of her defining characteristics, such as age and sex and nationality, had been unknown. It was unthinkable that she'd allowed this decoy, who almost certainly knew who she really was, to stay alive. Do you think it's Kanan? Alfred? And since Hitomi carried the antiviral in her body, Alfred likely wanted to get rid of her as well. In all likelihood, the terrorist mastermind was planning to steal the antiviral from the lab, but as long as some of it remained in Hitomi's bloodstream, she wouldn't have a monopoly on it. Aha! Stanley suddenly blurted aloud. He just realized what Alfred hoped to accomplish at the Scramble. She meant to eliminate both Hitomi and her own decoy at the same time. Well, they're not Kanan. Yeah, but the person we know as Kanan, do you think it's her? Do you think it's Alfred? The question was, how? Beginning with her bombing in Chicago, Alfred had made frequent use of remote-controlled explosives. It was likely that she'd opt for something similar here as well. But she wasn't going to be at the scramble herself, so how in the world was she going to trigger the explosion? Was there some clue to be found in something she'd said or done earlier? Think. Try to remember. Think. Try to remember. If he didn't do something, everyone at the scramble was probably going to die. Then, as he desperately racked his brain, he remembered something Kano had said. It had been while they were at the scene of the minivan explosion together, the ringtone. He said he heard a cell phone ringtone at the time of the explosion. Not sure if that's significant though. Stanley recalled the recent exchange between Alfred and Hitomi. The two had called each other's cell phone. Alfred hadn't really been checking to make sure she had the right number. If she didn't have her cell phone number at this point, then it cannot be her. She's been checking to make sure Hitomi hadn't changed her ringtone. I doubt it. That was it. The bomb was set to detonate in response to a specific piece of music. And the ringtone on Hitomi's phone was the trigger. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Stanley didn't have the time to think. He needed to alert Kano and the others right away. As he pulled out his phone again, he recalled the map of the stakeout positions. Kano would probably be right next to the decoy Alfred. It might be a mistake to call him under the circumstances. Maybe he couldn't risk calling Kano, but he could call Achi. Stanley dialed Achi Endo's number. Please don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Give me a jump. And there, I have been answered. Achi was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? Okay. Ask and you shall receive. Get that keep out of my face. Eventually, Achi spotted Kano on the far edge of the crowd. Look how happy he is. The detective pumped his fist in victory. It looked like he'd gotten Alfred to cough up the password. Thank goodness. Finally, some really good news. Now Hitomi and Maria were both safe. A surge of relief ran through Achi's body. But no. Unexpectedly, his cell phone rang. It was Stanley. Oh my god, I've been blessed! 2 of them! I couldn't go back to Stanley! I can learn the story! Say it ain't so! Mr. Stanley? What's going on? How did the negotiations go? I can say it now, there was like 3 different versions of the entire scramble here. 3 entire versions? I mean, there's the one where Kano searches the vans and stuff. There is the one where he is with the perp, and the one with Achi cradling the case, and probably another one. And yes, it's very confusing, but we did it! How did the negotiations go? Achi quickly filled him in on the good news. The detective caught Alfred. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. Huzzah! For a moment, Achi's head swam. This isn't over yet? Why? What's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley barked. Stanley doesn't learn the photo and therefore fails to come up with a proper strategy. This is the one where the scramble blows up before anyone can catch the files. True. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? Oh, what for? Was Stanley serious or just messing with him? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. A bomb? Hachi's voice squeaked into falsetto. Never mind. Must have been the wind. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alfred is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alfred at the same time. Eliminate both Hitomi and his own decoy? That was perfect because of the falsetto. The one right now. I see it, thank you. Why would he do that? And if the guy they just captured was a fake, then who was the real Alfred? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The more he tried, the more his thoughts became a jumbled mess. Listen, first, turn off that cell phone. Then, go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Right now, he just needed to do what Stanley told him to do. He didn't have time to make sense of the situation. Hanging up, he called out to Hitomi. Hitomi, you have to turn off your cell phone. She stared back at him, too confused to act. Look, just hurry up and do it. Right, okay. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she switched the power off. Then, Hachi turned in Kano's direction. Detective! He shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Detective! That's not the real Alfred! He's a fake! A fake? Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alfred and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Hachi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter, it would have been pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Hachi scanned the area but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Then his eyes happened to alight on the attaché case the decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicion been aroused than he heard Kano call out to him. Hachi! Check the case, hurry! He hurriedly opened up the attaché case and searched the interior. But the only thing inside were pieces of medical equipment, tubes and syringes and the like. There was nothing that looked remotely like a bomb. Still, where else could the bomb possibly be hidden? Damn it! He had to find the explosive, and soon. He took another hard look at the case. I'll smash it apart, sure, and you all explode. Flip it over, shake it. Shake that healthy butt. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake that healthy butt. Flip it over would do nothing, smash it apart, you can die, shake it, you can die. Shake it. That is not what I was expecting. Hachi held the attaché case up high and shook it thoroughly back and forth. But as he was about to throw it, he heard a faint metallic sound. Quickly, he lowered the case again. He was certain the noise had come from inside. Once more, he opened the case and looked inside. But still, he saw nothing of note. He tossed the medical equipment aside and slowly tilted the case from side to side. Although it looked empty, there was a distinct sound of something metal sliding back and forth. Hold on, could it be? Hachi tugged at the case inner lining, quickly tearing it free. When he looked behind it, his eyes went wide. A thin layer of something that resembled white clay had been affixed inside the cover of the case. Several wires connected to a small electronic device. This was it. The bomb really was inside the attaché case. Here it is, he shouted at Kano. I found it! The bomb! Kano hurried over, bringing his captive with him. There, Mr. Palmer, take a look. When he saw what was inside the attaché case, the fake Alfred went pale. No, it can't be. Alfred, why? His voice was hoarse with betrayal. Then, abruptly, he broke into stilted laughter. Trusting someone really does make you blind. Such a simple, childish ruse, and it went right under my nose. The fake Alfred, Palmer, looked over to Kano. We need to get out of here immediately, he said. That right there is C4, a high-yield plastic explosive used by the military. And that's enough to blow this whole area to smithereens. Blow the whole area to smithereens? That's what you get, Palmer. Yeah, why don't you protect everybody with your body? Just shield the explosive and we'll be fine. Hachi pictured Shibuya reduced to a blasted ruin. Meanwhile, Kano frantically began searching the inside of the attaché case. A microphone, Kano muttered. Hey, detective, is that thing gonna explode or not? Hachi tried and failed to keep his voice from wavering. It looks like it's sound activated, but it hasn't gone off just from having people talking nearby. That means it must be set to explode in response to a specific sound trigger. A specific sound, huh? Now Hachi understood Stanley's instruction. And that's it. It must be Hitomi's ringtone. That's why Stanley had me power her cell phone off. So that means we're safe then? Hitomi asked. It's not going to explode anymore, right? Maybe, but I wouldn't bet our lives on it. Kano continued his examination of the case. He carefully loosened the bomb and the cables, pulling them away from the lid of the case. The sight made Hachi's heart leap. Then Kano went shock still, as if caught in a hungry predator's gaze. There's not just a sound trigger. The detective's voice was a raspy whisper. The bomb has also been fitted with a countdown timer. Hachi could see the timer now. It had been planted underneath the plastic explosive. His blood ran cold. Director Kuze, where is that bomb squad? While Kano made a desperate call to the police, Hachi picked up the attaché case and peered inside. The digital timer was steadily ticking down the seconds. Hachi scanned the nearby area. There were too many people around the scramble. Hitomi was there. Susumu was there. Several more of his old pals, along with a bunch of innocent bystanders. The people are the lifeblood, Hachi reminded himself. The blood that coursed through the body that was the city. Like cells, they brought to life the city he so loved. And Hachi wanted to be one of the red, or was it white, blood cells of Shibuya. Hachi, Kano called out. Leave that thing and get out of here. No way. Hachi sat down, cradling the case in his arms. Hachi, what the hell are you doing? I'm not going anywhere until everyone's made it to safety. Detective, you need to get these people someplace safe right away. Clear the area first, then I'll go. But there's no way I can do that. Damn it, don't you want to save these people? Hachi snapped. Kano bit his lower lip. Hitomi wrapped her arms around Achi from behind. Achi, don't do this. Hitomi, you need to get out of here too. Why? Why are you acting so crazy? Tears blurred her words, and he could feel her trembling against him. It doesn't matter. Just get as far away as you can. No, no, I'm not leaving you. After the day they'd spent together, Achi knew full well that telling Hitomi something once wasn't enough to get her to listen. That stubbornness was one of the many things that made her so amazing in his eyes. Hitomi, Achi clasped one of her hands tightly. Please, this is the one favor I will ever ask of you. His voice came out oddly soft and gentle. All right, she told him. But let me just say one thing first. There are still so many things I want to talk to you about. So much more that I want to know about you. So please, Achi, don't you die on me. Hey, don't worry. Once everyone's made it to safety, I'll clear out of here right away. Hitomi squeezed his hand, then got up and silently hurried away. Susumu, you and SOS start getting people out of the area. Yeah, alright. Susumu turned away and spurred the gang into motion. Then, for an instant, Achi's eyes met Kano's. Achi gave a tiny nod and looked down on the timer. 10 seconds, 1:19, 1:18. Get back! Achi shouted at the top of his lung. Everyone, get back! There's a bomb! He held the attaché case tight against himself as he continued shouting. He ran his voice raw, trying to warn the crowd away. Everyone, get out of here! Just run! Following his lead, Kano started directing nearby civilians to safety. There's a bomb! The detective shouted. Everybody, run! Get away as far as you can! Susumu waved his arms emphatically. Please! Hitomi added. You all have to get out of here! But the crowd didn't heed their warnings. At last, apparently deciding that the time was up, Kano turned back to Achi. Achi, that's enough! Leave the bomb and let's go! He could hear Susumu and Hitomi shouting as well. There's no time left, man! Achi, come on! 57, 56, 54. The way Palmer had talked about this bomb, it sounded like a pretty dangerous one. It might be powerful enough to blow up the entire intersection. And there were still so many people nearby. There was no chance they'd be able to get to safety in the few dozen seconds that remained. Achi needed to minimize the force of the blast as much as possible. He cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling it over. What are you doing? Come with us! Hurry! Screamed Kano. I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please, God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya and to protect Hitomi. Achi squeezed his eyes tightly shut. I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me though, right? I stuck it through to the end, just like you told me to. I didn't call it quits partway through. And so whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you. Achi drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. Achi! It was Hitomi. He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. Or so he thought. You thought! It's okay to cry, I'm crying. Achi, bring the bomb over here. Huh? That wasn't Hitomi's voice. Achi opened his eyes and saw Kano racing toward him, pushing some big, weird piece of machinery. The detective flipped open the machine's cover to reveal a huge amount of dry ice. Stick it in here! Flash freezing the timer out to stop it! Achi did as he was told, shoving the attaché case into the dry ice. Kano helped him pile more dry ice on top of it. Now you run! Let's hope that's enough, Kano exclaimed. He looked like a man desperate for a miracle. They could see the timer display through a gap in the frozen hydrogen, still counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Was this not going to work? Achi and Kano held their breath. I want to scream. They can't do this to me. Imagine it was Yanagishita that came in with the machine. Honestly, they could, but you know who came with the machine? Minorikawa. Minorikawa did. It's thanks to him that they have the machine. So, Minorikawa, the MVP of this fucking section. So who is it? Jack? That wasn't here, right? Ooh, Stanley? Ending the story with Stanley, I see. Strange, right? I did not expect this. I was waiting for more keep-outs. It would have been better to stop with Achi. Honestly, wow, I almost cried. I almost cried. I forgot all about the machine. About the tryouts. I completely forgot. But then I remembered when they showed it and I was like, haha, you thought. Please, don't let me be too late, he muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Achi was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? How did the negotiations go? The detective caught Alfred, Achi replied happily. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. There was a pause before Achi responded. Oh, why? Oh, what's going on? If you want to save Hitomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley snapped. Alright, tell me what to do. First, you need to power down Hitomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? I'm pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. A bomb? Achi's voice quaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended is a decoy. The real Alfred is planning to eliminate Hitomi and the false Alfred at the same time. Stanley didn't have the time to explain that Kanan was Alfred. Besides, it would only confuse the matter all the more at this point. Listen, first turn off that cell phone. Then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it. Achi hung up. You need to go save Tateno, my boy. Come on, be a proud American. Show how you don't care about the rules, about the law of driving. I've seen enough American dash cams. I know you have it in you. Come on, bring that eagle energy. Hopefully the team at the Scramble would be able to pull through. Now, Stanley needed to focus on capturing Alfred. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. Okay, so that's grim and traumatizing. There had been nothing left of his brother than a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble. Ever since that day, since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alfred. He would never forget the rage he'd felt at having what was left of his family taken away from him. Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let you and me have a beer together. Jack Stanley is such a dumb character name, it might not be his name. Maybe Jack, but not Stanley. Sure, you got it. Let the game end with Kano and Stanley going to have a beer. Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking civilians. But all the while, he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. He'll be fine. Backup will definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself, but still the doubts gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area, clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. He felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God. Frank's going to be alright. But he got no chance to relish that thought. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled back around, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. A later investigation would reveal that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. Alfred had deceived them, using a visible timer to lull them into a false sense of security. It's not the same bomb. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come at the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decision he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question, over and over, even now. But no matter how much he blamed himself, it wouldn't bring Frank back. Don't forget that Alfred is international. He has been to Chicago. If there was one thing he could still do for his brother, it was getting revenge on Alfred with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alfred ever since. He would stoop to any level for information, without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all, to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd stopped even hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headfirst into any danger if he sensed Alfred's presence. Even his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaws onto his quarry's throat if he behaved like a prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, would become a blood-stained beast if that improves his chances at the hunt. For the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alfred had become his only purpose. So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye. As he came back into the moment, he marveled at his own ferocity and at the depth of the wounds he'd suffered. Arresting her isn't enough. I'll make her pay with her life. If I don't sink to her level, I'll never be able to beat her. If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think? Thing is, do we really think that it is, canon? Because I genuinely I don't want Stanley to kill somebody innocent. I'm gonna do sync to her level and see where it goes. If I don't sync to her level, I'll never be able to beat her. Stanley's heart had room for nothing but revenge. The law wasn't going to punish Alfred. Stanley was. He didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta. Only someone who'd suffered the loss of a loved one at the hands of a vicious killer could understand his seething resentment. She is not innocent, that's real. I mean, in the game, we haven't seen her kill any... We have seen her kill plenty people. What am I talking about? Finally, the Okoshi Pharmaceutical lab came into view. There were two people standing outside the front gate. Step on the gas and fucking run her over at this point. It was Tateno and the girl who was pretending to be Kanan. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow, Stanley had made it in time. Please save him! He pulled his car up alongside them and reached down into the gun sleeve concealed beside his seat. He pulled out a .44 caliber Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful semi-automatic handguns in the world. Now that is a cool gun. That is a cool gun. His orders were to apprehend Alfred. The smaller Glock in his shoulder holster might be better suited for to that end. I don't like the Glock, I prefer the Desert Eagle. But I do like revolvers too. They are pretty neat. They are vintage. Even so, he opted for the Desert Eagle. Getting out of the car, he started pacing toward the young woman. Stanley. Tateno glanced over at him, his face pale. Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. It has an insane kick, as in... What is it called? Like it goes back? You need to have a very firm grip on it. Recoil. Yeah. He could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Probably a smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazenness would get her nowhere. No further. I got in touch with the others, Stanley said. Told them to turn off Hitomi Osawa's cell phone. He could see her eyes react. I imagine that by now, they've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy. The young woman remained silent. Of course you picked the Desert Eagle. As long as your aim isn't off, you don't have to question if they're dead. Ah! If you shoot their leg, does it come clean off? Can you shatter bone with a Desert Eagle? You know what? One day I would really like to go to a gun range just to see what my aim is and how it feels to just shoot a gun. I do think I have good aim, however, it means nothing with a gun. Right? Every time I throw something, if it is spherical in shape, I always manage to hit the target all the time. You can shatter bone with mostly any gun. Oh. But I would like to feel what it feels like to shoot a gun, but safely, you know? But I'm so scared of people on the other booth not respecting, because I think there's a security measure, as in you have to put your gun someplace when you're not shooting. And I've seen one man, it was a security camera footage, of a man who was with his buddy, and he was joking around with an unsecured gun, pretending he was gonna shoot him. But like they were hugging, and he was aiming the gun under his chin as a joke. The instructor almost beat his ass. He was banned from that place. When you never shot a gun, don't point the barrel at anything you don't want to put a bullet through. Yeah. The Desert Eagle is way stronger and louder than the kind of gun you'd usually bring in this kind of situation. Stanley is not holding back. Stanley is in for blood. He wants to kill her. Yeah. But when you're in a country that doesn't have a lot of guns, like France, only the police and illegal stuff have guns. We don't have the common sense reserved to guns. As in, we don't know how dangerous it really is. We know it is, but we don't have any experience. We've never seen, for example, a granddad securing a gun, putting it away, or like telling you how dangerous it is, but you need one, etc., etc. We're babies with guns, basically. So I'm scared of other people playing around because all we had that looked like a gun were toys. Acting like what they have on hand is also a toy. I'm scared of this. In that situation, him taking a DE is like using a cannon to egg a house. And of course, they've managed to bypass the lock inside the lab. You know what this means? Your little plan has failed. Completely. Stanley could see the girl's stare sharpen. He chased Alfred all around the world, only to arrive here, at last, in this little island nation. It had been a long, long journey, and he'd spent a long time suffering. Now, both the journey and the suffering would be over. She's so pretty. We meet at last, Alfred. It's not Alfred. I don't think it's her. That's crazy tension. She is gorgeous, yes. Too bad she's crazy. But she's not Alfred crazy. It's the end for him, right? For all the others, right? Yeah. Oh! They're all connected. All of them. It's the gay epilogue. You know how in most movies when someone is shot in the head, they just end up with a red dot on their head and they're dead? Depends, because I saw one movie where the head exploded. I think it was in Bones. It's not a movie, it's a series. I think in Bones, there was one where a sniper shot somebody in the head and the cranium exploded. It's the gay epilogue. I mean, look, Rainbow. If you have something to say it now before we start the epilogue, because I will just glance at the chat at this point, okay? Anything you want to say, do it now. Oh my god. Sparkly. Yeah, exploded cranium is about what the Desert Eagle would do. If she isn't Alfred's, I don't want that to happen. I mean, she is a bad person, but she's not the bad person we're after, maybe. Are you guys convinced it's her? Because maybe I played the game for 9 hours yesterday, so maybe I just wasn't convinced because I wasn't paying as much attention. You know? So true, super gay epilogue. What ships do you want from this game? What are your headcanons ship? Knowing that we don't need ships, right? It's just like fun. If there were to be ships, which ones? Because now I'm pretty unconvinced with Kano and Maria. I'm mourning my lesbian relationship right now. I was just saying for reference, his Glock on his shoulder would put a back and red dots. Well, the eagle would not leave a face. Oh, not a face at all. Oh my god. I think a mentorship between Stanley and Kano would be nice. Achi, Hitomi, of course, that's just canon. Osawa and the assistant Kajiwara, hell yeah. Hell yeah. He taught him to be human. Are you crazy? He would be my best friend for life. When you said assistant, yeah. Because that's the detective then. Assistant is Tanaka. Yana and Maria run businesses together. Yeah, but as partners, not like ship. Hi Zero, you're coming right at the right time. It's the epilogue. You know what I want to headcanon? Maria and Yana are business partners. However, Hitomi and Achi get children together, and Yana is the comedian that comes to every birthday parties, and every time the children are crying laughing. And he's like the appointed like clown or magician. And he is so happy about it, by the way. Like it's never a bad time for him. That warms my heart because we haven't seen him in so long. I'm feeling withdrawals of Yanagishita. I miss him too. Oh man, but it's good that he's not, because right now it's pretty bad, right? At least he's safe somewhere, I hope. And whenever Maria gets a husband, Yana is the official godfather. Yes. Yes. If she ever marries. I tried my best to know all their names. It's hard, don't worry. I'll come back to the stories finally. Finale. You didn't want the context, so as you ask, you'll get something that you won't comprehend. Hell yeah. Oh. Clown Yana, that's so cool. Oh, and you know what? Because it's canon now. Sasayama is alive. They saved him. That's canon. That means he can enjoy the birthday with his wife, which also means they're both still together, which means Kano is definitely the godfather of their child. All children. Can you be the godfather of many children? From the same parents? But yeah, if they end up having children, it's definitely Kano that's gonna be the godfather. Yes, you can. And Stanley and Kano definitely get that beer every time he comes to Japan. You know what the pair I like the most is though? Minorikawa and Chiaki. I really like them. Definitely not romantically, but I love them together. Like they are such a good mentor that realized he's made it to the status of mentor for somebody. And he helped her overcome her social anxiety, and she's gonna be a good student, you know? I want them to succeed together. And for Toyama to retire and take care of Hana and be proud of his two children, Minorikawa and Chiaki. That's what I want. Being a godparent is just if anything were to happen in my life, I want you to take care of my children. Thank God my parents are still alive, because my godfather, no. I don't want to live with him ever. Is the yapping over? Anyone wants to add something? Should we head in? Say yes if we head in. Say yes if you're ready for the epilogue of 428 Shibuya Scramble. It would only be when you're a minor still, true. Yes, one ready. I don't mind the yap. Me neither. I mean, Why is my voice better now? That's annoying. Yes, in Zero's voice. 2 yes. Anyway, once I put on the epilogue, I will just glance at the chat, just so you know. Let's go. Let's go. Kanan's Friends. Ooh, interesting title. Yes, sir, Shadow. Yes, sir. She felt a hand firmly clutching her own as she hazily returned to consciousness. This hand. Whose is it? My father's? Maria's eyelids slowly drifted open. Maria, you're alright now. Her father was indeed beside her, holding her hands. A surprising warmth radiated from his slender, bony palm. Dad? She was lying on the sofa. She craned her neck to look around, still trying to process what was going on. There were several monitors set up around the room. Where are we? At my lab. You were infected with the virus, but I've given you the antiviral. You don't have anything to worry about. He squeezed Maria's hand even more tightly. That hurts. Right, sorry. Osawa eased up the pressure on his daughter's hand, but he didn't let go entirely. This feels so strange, Maria muttered, staring up at the ceiling. I wonder why. What does? Having you hold my hand. I used to hold your hand like this when we'd go on walks together, when you were little. I doubt you remember that though. Maria considered. It was true. She didn't have any clear memory of her father holding her hand like this. And yet the touch of her father's palm felt distantly familiar. Gently, she squeezed back. It's been a while, hasn't it? She said. I mean, me looking you in the eye while I'm talking to you? That's only because I didn't look you in the eye. Osawa hung his head. I'm so sorry, he said. Please, forgive me. I never meant to hurt you like I did. Wait, hold on. Maria was taken aback. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, hurt me? Back on that rainy day. Osawa told Maria about the day she'd run away from home, about how he'd known where she had gone, but hadn't gone to find her, about how he'd given in to his anger and struck her once she came back home. When he'd finished, he hung his head once more. I'm so sorry. I've been such a horrible father. Maria cracked an impish smile. Oh, yeah, I guess that did happen. Osawa frowned. You know, she said, I'd totally forgotten about that. Until you mentioned it just now, I mean. No, I can't believe that, Osawa replied. The way I hurt you, He sounded so disappointed in himself. Dad, it's not like I can let myself dwell on each and every detail of my childhood. I mean, in the 19 or so years I've been alive, I've been hurt in lots of different ways. A child experienced so much more than what her parents knew. That was what growing up was all about. It was a happy thing, but also a little bit sad. Osawa was visibly grappling with his feelings. I see, he said. I guess you have gone through much pain. Well, yeah, but there have been more things that were fun and happy. I see. It's the sum of all those things that have made me who I am today. So please, don't worry so much about the past. I see. Dad, you keep saying I see. Stop it. Sorry. It's just... This is also difficult to say. Osawa was trying and failing to hold back his tears. Maria wasn't quite sure what those tears were for, but she felt a prickle of embarrassment. Shyly, she looked away and her eyes alighted on one of the monitors. The screen showed a view from outside the lab. Who are these people? She asked, pointing. Osawa looked and his eyes widened in shock. 3 people with guns were facing off one another. Maria recognized one of them, Tateno, the man with a cane. Why are those 2 pointing guns at your friends? Osawa's voice was shaking. My friends? What do you mean? The one you met when you went to the Middle East. Oh, the one you met when you went to the Middle East. You know, Kanan. Osawa switched the monitor to show a different camera angle. A close-up of the young woman's face appeared on screen. Maria was at a loss for words. That certainly wasn't Kanan. It was the girl who'd come to tell Maria that Hitomi was going to be kidnapped. Kanan's friend. Was Kanan the friend that she said was dead? Wait, remember in the memories that Maria had of Kanan, apparently, first of all, she never said her name was Kanan. But she talked about a friend that was killed. That's Kanan. Maybe. I don't know. The picture is throwing me off. It had happened 3 days earlier. While Maria was on her way home from campus, a girl approached her, telling her she was a friend of Kanan. Kanan asked me to pass along a message, she said. Then she showed Maria a video recording. The video quality was quite poor, and the voice indistinct. There is a terrorist who's after the antiviral agent your father is developing. Maria listened in shock as the message continued. The terrorist's plan was already in motion, and Hitomi had been infected with a killer virus. Your father used the antiviral to save Hitomi, but the terrorist planned on that. I'll spare you the details, but there's a way to extract the antiviral from Hitomi's blood. Stealing the drug from the lab directly is too problematic. The terrorist intends to get it directly from your sister. Hitomi is certain to be kidnapped sometime in the next few days. And so I have something to ask you. I'd like you to get kidnapped in her place. Since you're twins, it should be possible for you to trade places without the kidnapper realizing it. I give the girl who's passing along this message a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace. Switch it on and it will allow me to keep tabs on your location. I promise I'll come and rescue you. Please, help me. This is the only way we can keep the antiviral and Hitomi safe. The video ended and the girl named handed Maria a necklace with an ornate pendant and showed her the hidden switch on the back. I mean, if Kanan is alive, I have no idea who that is. Kanan's coming to Japan? Maria asked. She's already here. She's ready to risk her life for this mission. Risk her life? Maria started uneasily. So, this terrorist who's after the antiviral drug, is it Alfred? The girl looked shocked. You know about Alfred? Kanan told me that taking down Alfred is her purpose in life. But Alfred has ties to the CIA, so it's hard for Kanan to get any good leads. That's true. Which reminds me, you should have this. The girl held out a photograph. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. He's an ally of Alfred. So that's a lie. That's a lie. That's not true. Just outright not true. We had his backstory. You're not gonna tell me the game lied in his backstory and turned out he is Alfred? There's no way. Maria did her best to burn the man's image in her mind. All right, the girl said. I passed along everything Kanan wanted me to tell you. What you do next is up to you. she pretty? So, uh, so wait, what the heck has been going on while I've been asleep? Osawa recalled from the ferocity in his daughter's face. That Kanan girl thought of a way to save you. He went on to explain the plan to get the antiviral out of the locked down lab. Once again, Maria stared at the monitor. As she eyed Kanan's friend, another memory from before she'd backed out drifted to the surface. Yeah, she's the one that infected her. Suddenly, it dawned on Maria that what this girl was planning. She pretended to be Kanan in order to get into the lab, she said, scowling at the image on the monitor. Osawa looked at the screen and then at his daughter's face. Well, then who in the world is she? Maria already had the answer. There was no doubt about it. So is it Alfred? That girl was Alfred. Really? The instant she realized this, she knew they were in danger. If Alfred managed to infiltrate the lab, there was no way she'd be satisfied with simply getting her hands on the antiviral. She sowed ruin everywhere she went. Is something wrong? Osawa asked uneasily. Maria, what is it? Maria's mind was racing. She spoke her thought out loud. She's going to kill you so the drug can't be recreated. No, that's not thorough enough. She's going to destroy this whole facility. But how? Vague possibilities tumbled through her mind, but she couldn't be sure what the terrorists might be planning. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't worry, Osawa said. I don't know who that girl is, but right now she's outside the lab. There's no way she can kill me, or plant a bomb in here or anything. The bomb might be there. Tanaka was a terrorist. It's not her. She's just going to pull the trigger. Yeah, I know. Maria gave a tiny nod, but something ate at the back of her mind. Is it the bomb? Is the necklace the bomb? Make sure you wear the necklace. Hurriedly, Maria took hold of the pendant that hung around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt a chill run up her spine. She went back over the details of Alfred's plan as her father had explained it. And then, finally, she understood. I've got it. Osawa straightened up. You've got what? I need to get out of there where those three are. I need to get out there where those three are. Don't be absurd. I have to go. Osawa peered closely at his daughter's face. Words weren't going to stop her, and, as he realized that, his own face stiffened with determination. All right, but I'm going with you. I can't let you rush into danger all by yourself. Thank you, Dad. Maria tried to get up from the sofa, but she was struck by a wave of vertigo, and her knees buckled. Are you alright? Osawa caught her by the arm. This is probably a side effect of the antiviral. You shouldn't push yourself too much. Maria looked up at her father's anxious face and shook her head. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Her body was weak with lethargy, her mind trapped in a disorienting haze. Every step was a monumental effort, but she clenched her jaw and forced herself onward, making her way down the lab hallway. A whirlwind of anger and sadness spurred her onward. Alfred was masquerading as Kanan. The cruel truth was all too clear. They probably killed Kanan. The terrorists would never have been able to get away with the deception if Kanan were still alive, which means that Kanan must be. Maria fought to hold back her tears. It was too early to cry just yet. That could wait until after she'd put a stop to Alfred's plan. Using her rage to suppress her sorrow, she shoved open the door in front of her. That isn't canon! Maria's voice exploded into the silence of the standoff. I doubt we're getting better testimony than that, Stanley said, his gun still at the ready. There is no talking your way out of things this time. The expression on Alfred's face didn't change. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul. What did you do to Kanan? Maria demanded, marching unsteadily toward the terrorists. Maria, stay back, Osawa exclaimed. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Tateno barked. He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Answer me, Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Kanan? But still, Alfred said nothing. Stanley, too, began edging toward her. It doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Bit by bit, he inched closer. He was going to try to take her down. Let me turn your question around, Alfred said abruptly. What do you think? Maria paused, confused. What do I think about what? What do you think happened to Kanan? The corners of her lips twisted up, shaping a mirthless smile. You killed her, didn't you? Maria's words came out as a whisper. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. You killed Kanan, didn't you? This time, Maria cried out with a biting fury. Alfred snickered. She's provoking me, Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alfred's game, or her anger would spill out of control. Why are you laughing? By force of will, Maria made her voice firm and steady. Because I'm guessing you weren't expecting me to show up here. Alfred raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. This thing here, it's a bomb, isn't it? Maria held out the necklace. What? Stanley furrowed his brow. Of course. Even if we managed to catch you here, you'd still be able to destroy the lab. Still, the smile remained on Alfred's face. She seemed to enjoy watching the others figure out her intentions. But you can't trigger the bomb with me standing this close to you, can you? Maria locked eyes with Alfred. Unless you're prepared to sacrifice yourself? She stood like an image of bravery, while on the inside her apprehension threatened to tear her apart. She could feel her heart thudding so furiously that she thought it might explode. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Only her rage at Kanan's murder kept her from backing down. Go ahead and blow yourself up if that's what you want, she said. But you'll die with nothing. Your death will mean nothing. But not mine. My death will avenge Kanan's. Silence fell outside the lab gates. Stanley and Tateno stood frozen, their guns still trained on Alfred. Both men were ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Just how long had they been there, staring one another down? The passage of time seemed to slow, seconds drawn into hours. Osawa swallowed audibly. Finally, Alfred tossed her gun onto the pavement and held up both hands in surrender. Stanley wasted no time, springing forward to secure her. He gave her a thorough pat-down from behind. He removed a small device that looked like a detonator from one of her pockets. On your knees! Alfred did as she was told. Good. Now hands behind your head. Try anything funny and I will shoot. Without a word, Alfred placed her hands on the back of her head, fingers laced together. What are you playing at? Stanley growled disdainfully. Finally realize you can only push your luck so far? She responded with a faint snicker. It's not my policy to resist when things are hopeless. Her tone was detached, her intentions unreadable. Good. That will make this easy. Stanley kept the barrel of his gun pointed at Alfred's head. This is for my brother. The words hung in his throat, unspoken. A surge of emotion coursed through him. Just a tiny bit more pressure from his index finger, and he could put a bullet right through Alfred's head. His long journey would finally reach its conclusion. But although he had wished for this moment more than anything, his finger did not move. If he pulled the trigger now, would that truly be the end? His mind reeled at the implications. Tateno watched Stanley closely, eventually letting out a tiny sigh of relief. They were in this together after all. Now they just needed to be careful not to let down their guard. He kept one eye on Alfred as he went to pick up the gun she discarded. But he was too late. The gun was gone. This is for Kanan! Maria had lunged forward, snatching up the gun. Maria, no! Osawa cried. What are you thinking? She ignored her father, taking aim at Alfred's forehead. Kanan's dead. And you're gonna pay. The smoldering rage she'd fought to hold back blazed up with a renewed fury. Maria, Stanley said calmly, put down the gun. He had nothing but words to stop her. There was no telling what Alfred might do if he took his gun off her. What will this accomplish? He asked, keeping his tone as level as possible. Maria's face remained awash with anger. Maria, her father pleaded, please, don't do this. Tatino took a step forward. Go on, hand me the gun, he said. Stay back! Maria's arm trembled as she aimed the gun. Everyone stood frozen, not even daring to breathe. The slightest wrong move might bring disaster. The silence roared. I don't care, Alfred sneered. If you want to shoot, then shoot. You do want to avenge Kanan, don't you? Yes, I do. Maria tightened her grip on the gun. Memories of her friend drifted through her mind. To Maria, born into peace, meeting Kanan had been like touching a world beyond her own, a far more complicated world. Kanan had blood on her hands from the time she was a little girl, a walking contradiction of cruelty and childishness, and yet she had lived her life according to her own unshakable beliefs. Meeting her had made Maria think hard about her own identity. What did it mean to be Japanese? No, that wasn't the question. What did it mean to be Maria Osawa? That was the crux of it all. They had been able to find common ground, despite differing ideals, because both possessed an unshakable sense of self. The tense equilibrium came crashing down as Maria let out a shout. This is for Kanan! She pulled the trigger, but her shot went wide, scattering the window of a nearby car. The sudden gunshot caught Stanley off guard. Alfred didn't miss her opening. She rolled swiftly across the pavement, drawing the small pistol she'd hidden in her ankle holster. Didn't he pat her down? Stanley! Stanley, what the fuck? Need to drink. Who's gonna get shot? Maria hastily tried to aim for a second shot. No! No! Osawa collapsed at Maria's feet. Dad! Her father went limp. Stanley dived at Alfred. He grabbed hold of her right wrist, the one clutching the gun, and slammed her head down hard against the pavement. She made no attempt to resist. In a moment, he had subdued her. Maria, you're not hurt, are you? Osawa croaked feebly as his daughter gathered him up in her arms. I'm fine, but Dad, you're... Blood was gushing through Osawa's shirt. Maria pressed her hands against the wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Look, just hurry! Get here as fast as you can! Tateno was on his cell phone calling for an ambulance. I know there's traffic jam. Just figure something out. Please! His voice was ragged with desperation. Dad, hang in there! Large tears streamed from Maria's eyes. So this is what it's like. Osawa lay with his head in his daughter's lap, struggling to rasp out his words. My body just reacted before I had any time to think. I finally understand what a virus must feel like. His eyes were hollow. I never told you and Hitomi, did I? About what started my fascination with virus research. Dad, try not to talk right now. Maria squeezed her father's hand. Almost imperceptibly, he squeezed back. It probably isn't a very interesting story, he said, but I'd like for you both to hear it anyway. I know, and we will. After this, I promise we will. Maria's words brought a contented smile from Osawa's face. I'm glad. So glad. It's alright. Just don't talk right now. This time, at least, I was there for you. Osawa slowly shut his eyes. Dad? Maria said, but her father didn't answer. Dad, don't die. You can't die. The sound of ambulance sirens wailed in the distance. Maria clutched her father's hand, trying to make her grip firm and reassuring, just as it had been for her back inside the lab. Please, don't die. She repeated the words inwardly, over and over and over. A black car of foreign make arrived at the lab and pulled up to the curb. Stanley's superior, Gordon, emerged from the back. A few of his men followed and promptly placed Alfred in handcuffs. Well done, Gordon said. Stanley gave him a slight nod. I'll be taking Alfred back to headquarters. You can finish up here. Understood, sir. Gordon shoved Alfred into the back seat and slid in alongside her, and the car drove off. Who was that just now? Tateno asked Stanley. My boss. Sorry, but we'll be taking Alfred into custody. You will, huh? Tateno frowned, but decided not to press the point. Please let a Sasayama miracle happen again. The ambulance arrived at last, and Osawa was loaded inside. Maria remained at his side, still weeping, still softly calling out to him. He could sense her there, though her voice sounded awfully far away. Is this the end, then? He was vaguely aware that he was dying, but he was not afraid. At the far end of a hazy tunnel, he could still see Maria. She had grown. She had grown so very much. If he were an organism that multiplied by dividing itself, he would die knowing that he had left his best selves behind. He had only one wish now, that Maria and Hitomi would go on to lead happy lives. His vision was growing steadily more dim. Tiny motes of light flickered and wavered faintly before his eyes. It looked a lot like the very first time he had ever peered through a microscope. And that was enough for him. Unexpectedly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. He'd meant to give it back to her, but the ambulance had already departed. The phone continued to ring for some time, but eventually fell into a death-like silence. Midnight. Zero. How do you even read that? Midnight and 2 minutes? 2 past midnight. 2 minutes past midnight. I'm a dumbass. Achi held his breath. Oh, it's not midnight, it's 2 seconds. He could no longer feel the seconds ticking by. The numbers on the display were changing more and more slowly. But still he watched in fear. 2 seconds. It was impossible not to fixate on the countdown. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Kano and Achi continued to stare at the timer. 2 seconds. It had stopped. The timer had actually stopped. We did it! Achi dropped to his knees with a cry of triumph. The rest of the Shibuya Scramble burst into cheers. You are one reckless guy, you know that? Kano held his hand out. Achi grinned up at him. That makes two of us. The two clasped hands firmly, their handshake conveying more than any words could have. Achi! Oh, Achi! Susumu came rushing over. You did it, man. I knew you could do it. The two bumped fists. It weren't just me, Achi said. Could never have done it without you guys' help. Susumu smiled bashfully. Hey, Susumu, take care of SOS for me. Hell nah, you're going back to SOS, what the fuck? You got it. Susumu looked him squarely in the eye. Achi gave a little nod. A little nod, and the two solemnly bumped fists again. Suddenly there was a blinding flash. Achi spun around to see Chiaki standing there, beaming happily, her digital camera ready for another shot. Hey everyone, gather up! Minorikawa called out to Achi and his pals. You guys are the heroes of Shibuya. Photo time, everyone! Chiaki said. Get ready! The young men struck a pose together. Wait, her too! Minorikawa ushered Hitomi over to stand with Achi. Oh, fuck. Oh! Hitomi. Achi stared at her shyly. It was all thanks to Hitomi that he'd been able to do what he had done. Keeping Shibuya safe, keeping his promise to Suzune. Don't mention the sixth sister, you sick fuck! Hitomi had been his inspiration for it all. There were so many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't get the right words out. Achi, Hitomi's cheeks were damp with tears. Hey now, little lady, Minorikawa called. No crying now. Come on, show us a smile. He struck a goofy pose beside Chiaki. Let me see it. At last, the smile returned to Hitomi's face. It really is the best. Hitomi looked up at Achi in confusion. Your smile, he said. It's the best. I don't care what anyone else says. He spoke so earnestly that Hitomi couldn't help but smile even more. Okay, here we go, people. Get your base faces on. At Minorikawa's signal, everyone let out a joyous victory cry. on, guys, Susumu shouted. Let's lift Achi up where everyone can see him. The members of SOS let out another roar. Huh? No, you don't gotta do that, guys. Hey, cut it out. But Achi had already been swallowed by the enthusiastic throng. Heave ho! Heave ho! I don't know. This one. There, in the middle of the scramble, Achi was being hailed as a hero. Kano looked on with a satisfied smile. What they had achieved together was nothing less than a miracle. It had taken a lot of luck, and more than a few coincidences, for them to stop the bomb. Coincidences? Kano muttered to himself. No, that wasn't right. This was something different altogether. Fate. That's what it was. And not just one person's fate. The destinies of several people had collided, gathering momentum until coincidence became inevitability, and Shibuya was saved. The raucous crowd tossed Achi high into the air again and again. As a plainclothes detective, Kano would probably never be showered with adulation quite like that. Well, that was alright. A detective's duty was to ensure the safety of the people. He didn't put his life on the line so that he could be a hero. Just seeing all those smiles? That was good enough for him. Kano only needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi. Rumi, I hope she managed to get out of Shibuya okay. Suddenly worried, Kano pulled out his cell phone. There were a whole bunch of things he wanted to tell her. He couldn't share the whole story. Police rules wouldn't allow it. But he wanted to let her know as much as he could. That the kidnapping case had been resolved safely, for instance. That he'd learned about the tortured past of the detective he so admired. That his partner was going to pull through. That he'd managed to finally talk to her father. That he'd put his life on the line to save Shibuya from danger. Rumi would listen quietly to the very end, and then, Kano thought, he knew just what she'd say. Short and sweet, in that gentle voice of hers. Good job. Good job! And then comes in Jose. Don't slap my ass. That's well and good. Is this really the end? Is it really the end? Where the fuck was Yana? Foreigners. Gay Mutafa. Okay. Alfred Tiki? There's no way! Tiki Williams! Or is it my username? There's no way, I didn't put it anywhere. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Is it a coincidence or is it there's no way. Wait. What? So can you bring up the thing you got spoiled on? A fake fucking spoiler. A fake spoiler. Na, 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 na. Because if it's what I think it is, I had the biggest laugh when you talked about it to me in whispers. That is what it was. I am glad it's fake. It's a common joke. Now I get it, but I was so scared. You can laugh. Everybody that is not Pits that did not know. The fucking comments I saw on that video, the theme song of Yanagishita was that he was Alfred. I thought that was a spoiler, because I could see it happening. Amazing, I had to hold back this whole time when you told me. Not gonna lie, thank you for not telling me. It's so funny in retrospect that I believed it. But still, imagine if he was. Wouldn't you be on your ass? And I was worried because he hasn't been there in so long. I was so sure they were building up to it. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad. So he is really just a happy-go-lucky guy. And you know what? I prefer him that way. He's just a dumbass. Good. That would have been crazy. I was so waiting for it. So waiting for it. I was like, how are they gonna build up to this? How are they gonna explain? I seriously had to pretend you were correct. You said so little. So little. In retrospect, I'm like, okay, you were just laughing behind your keyboard. Fuck you. Fitz must have been crying laughing. I just put myself in your shoes. I think I would have peed a little. Like, oh man, how much of a dumbass he is. Look, Katsura and Osawa are eating bananas. Ah. Also, can we go back on the fact that Alfred is named Tiggy? There is no way. It's not even my it's not even my Steam username. The full username, it doesn't have spaces, right? Is it actually her name, or am I being bamboozled? Piggy Williams. Yeah, I need to. That's what I saw. Me too. I need to go check after this. Ooh. More? More! Is it Sally? Oh, Gordon and Alfred sat in the back seat as the car sped along the highway. Here. Gordon tossed the handcuffed keys onto the seat beside him. What happened down at the scramble? Alfred asked, picking up the key and unlocking her cuffs. Leland Palmer was arrested by the Japanese police, and the bomb in the attaché case was defused, apparently. Still, Palmer shouldn't pose a problem once we get him into CIA custody. I see. Much obliged. You really got yourself backed into a corner, though, didn't you? Gordon said. Yeah. I was only able to accomplish half of what I intended. Half? Alfred produced a vial from her pocket. It was filled with red liquid. Is that Hitomi's blood? Gordon asked. Indeed. I managed to acquire the antiviral. But when? Gordon peered at her in bewilderment. When I blew up the minivan. In the dim light of the vehicle, Alfred's... Oh, fuck! She shielded her for this? Alfred's eyes shone darkly, like those of a wounded animal. Extracting the blood from Hitomi while she was unconscious had been a simple matter. Saving the girl's life had been more than just a means of ensuring her trust. Alfred had been looking for the right moment to carry out the extraction. Total secrecy was essential. If it became public knowledge that the drug existed and that some of it had been stolen, the value of the UA virus would plummet. Our primary objective here was to destroy that research facility. Still, getting your hands on the antiviral is better than nothing. Well done as always, Alfred. Gordon's hard expression softened, but Alfred was in no mood to return his smile. If Maria Osawa had remained inside the facility, her plan would have succeeded. Everything else up until that point had gone off without a hitch. The one thing Alfred hadn't anticipated was Maria bringing the bomb outside. She had injected Maria with a knockout drug at Endo Electronics that should have kept her from moving around for a while, even after she'd regained consciousness. And in any case, she wouldn't have expected the girl to just march into the midst of an armed stand-up. I'm stand-up. Isn't Gordon Stanley's superior? He is. But he is the chief of the CIA and she has connections to the CIA. She had been certain that Maria would never leave the lab. She had misjudged just how strong the girl's feelings for Cannon were. Maria's body had been put into a state of torpor. There were a bunch of people pointing guns at each other, and still she had been undeterred. Alfred's plan had hinged on Maria's relationship with Cannon, and, ironically, that same relationship had made the plan fall apart. It was true that she'd accomplished half of her goals, but Alfred still couldn't shake her sense of failure. She softly bit her lip as she gazed out through the car window. Gordon most likely fired Stanley at this point. That means he just need to be in the same police stuff as Kano. Now they can be co-workers. Perfect. All according to plan. The bright windows of a few buildings shone out in the midst of the otherwise darkened city. A group of tiny lights that refused to wash out by the darkness. That refused to be washed out by the darkness. The end. Oh my god. They do make some nice games, Spike Chunsoft. I haven't played the whole directory. Ooh! Bonus content. Previews added to bonus content. Okay. 428 pop quiz. Yeah. Wait, that wasn't the real ending? It was. Saving system data, save complete. And this trending. Wait, what? You were one or two correct decisions away for the true ending. Oh, I'll show you the list of decisions that are supposed to be done. It's just 25 or so minutes. Shit! And this true ending is vital. Okay. Okay, now I gotta officially lurk. Cause hang out. Enjoy your time with friends, Shadow. Tell them hi from a French streamer. Hello, people. Enjoy. See you next time or later. Okay, this decision will unlock the true ending. Okay. So, load game, first of all. Let's do this first. Achi at 19. At 7 p.m. It's this one, right? Decision C. Let's do this. Okay, that should do it. Alright. Kano, second part of 705, second part, so the second choice. This one, this one. Decision A. Well, that's the one I chose, so that should be okay. Or is it this one? Pitts, is it Alfred or is it What Are You Thinking? I'm not muted. Nope. Okay. Exactly, Sparkly. You did Canos correctly. Okay. Tateno 1910. This one. Decision B. So that's what I did, okay? Stanley 1920. Decision C. Okay. What would Frank think? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alfred wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see now that revenge was an absurd goal, his heart still churned deep and dark with resentment. Okay, so that has been saved. Ooh, do I continue? There were two people standing outside the front gate. Now the epilogue will show up as if not finished yet. Okay. Huh. Just go to the lowest part you can go. It shouldn't say end. Right. Here. Hopefully, that's it. Confrontation. This isn't canon. Maria's voice exploded into the silence of the standoff. I doubt we're getting better testimony than that, Stanley said, his gun still at the ready. There's no talking your way out of things this time. The expression on Alfred's face didn't change. Ooh, so maybe now he won't hesitate because he wants to kill her. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul. What did you do to Kanan? Maria demanded, marching unsteadily toward the terrace. Maria, stay back, Osawa exclaimed. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Tetsuno barked. He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Answer me, Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Kanan? But still, Alfred said nothing. Stanley, too, began edging toward her. It doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Bit by bit, he inched closer. He was going to try to take her down. Let me turn your question around, Alfred said abruptly. What do you think? Maria paused, confused. What do I think about what? What do you think happened to Kanan? The corners of her lips twisted up, shaping a mirthless smile. You killed her, didn't you? Maria's words came out as a whisper. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. You killed Kanan, didn't you? This time, Maria cried out with biting fury. Alfred snickered. New text will show up when the white background fades. Do you want me to not read everything? Ooh. Couldn't do that before. Ooh. Here. Couldn't go past here. From the time she was a little girl, walking contradiction. What does it mean to be Maria Osawa? Maria made her decision. Oh, we get a choice. I can't shoot her. I'm not like Kanan. I'll pull the trigger and finish what Kanan started. She doesn't make it though. Pit, is it A? Because I kind of want to do A. Because that means, just tell me which one it is. So that we don't lose time. Which answer is it? Yeah, A is trending. Okay. Maria's anger dissipated like smoke in a sudden wind. The tension seeped from her body, and she carefully lowered the gun. What's the matter? Alfred smirked. Why won't you shoot? Her eyes blazed with contempt for Maria's naivete. I'm not being naive, Maria told herself. Do unto others as they have done to you. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What does this recurring pattern of retribution really accomplish? It's just an endless cycle of hatred. That's why I'm not going to fight. Because I'm not like Kanan. Tears flooded from her eyes. I'm not like Kanan. But people who are different can still be friends. And I'm going to honor our friendship by not taking revenge. No matter what happens, I'm not going to hurt anyone, Maria said. Maybe that's not very realistic, but this is my fight, and I'll fight the way I choose. She wiped away her tears. She's so strong. For the first time, Maria felt that she understood Kanon. If she'd been able to see her just one more time, she would have been able to speak her mind without fear. I could show Kanan the true me, and maybe then we would be friends for real. But that wasn't going to happen. Not anymore. Maria handed the gun to Tateno, then looked up at the nighttime sky. They always look up at the sky. Stanley, don't trust your boss. In the distance, she could faintly hear the sound of police sirens. So it goes to the Japanese police! Not one star could be seen in the sky over Shibuya. Hopefully. It's not the Japanese police. Oh. A black car of foreign mark arrived at the laboratory and pulled up the curve. I mean, it's still here. I can't go past. Stanley's superior, Gordon, emerged from the back. A few of his men followed and promptly placed Alfred in handcuffs. Well done, Gordon said. Stanley gave him a slight nod. I'll be taking Alfred back to headquarters. You can finish up here. Understood, sir. No! Gordon shoved Alfred into the back seat and slid in alongside her, and the car drove off. Who was that just now? Tateno asked Stanley. My boss. Sorry, but we'll be taking Alfred into custody. You will, huh? Tateno frowned, but decided not to press the point. They'd put a stop to Alfred's plan, and they had saved Maria's life. That was enough for him. Maybe it even began to atone for what he'd done to Hitomi. Kano, Suzune, Kotone. Tateno pictured all of their faces. Perhaps, in the end, he'd managed to become worthy of their respect. It's all over, Stanley spoke under his breath. His gaze locked on the car, taking Alfred away. The black cloud that hung over his heart had yet to lift, but he knew that today was the day he could finally put revenge aside. No longer would memories of his brother bring only sorrow. This will do, won't it, Frank? Abruptly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. That's right, I meant to give this back to you. He handed the phone to Maria. I wonder who's calling? Maria picked up. She could hardly believe it when she heard the voice on the line. Brusque, yet girlish, with a daredevil ring. A voice that had been burned into her mind since the day she met its owner. Tell me it's Kanan! Tell me. No, it can't be. She had been sure she'd never hear that voice again. In an instant, Maria's face was damp with tears of joy. Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Kanan. Maria couldn't hold back her sobs. The tears kept coming and coming. She had never wept with joy like this in her life. It's 4:28. It's 4:28. The 28th of April. So yeah, Alfred using high-level gaslighting. Two seconds. Is it over? He held his breath. Etc., etc. Because we've seen that part. Please tell me that now. Innocent Yanagishita comes in. Let me see my boy. You'll need to go through this. It's just different enough, okay? And when the credits roll, I need to say more. Okay. Have any of you seen Project Hail Mary? So Osawa doesn't die and Alfred isn't with CIA? She is with CIA, unfortunately, but Osawa doesn't die. I love these two. Okay? I love these two. Soup was watching it last night, but he didn't get to finish it. Aww. Because if I tell you fist my bump, you're not gonna understand. I haven't seen Project Hail Mary. Do watch it, please. So, tell me, are they gonna kiss? Such a white smile. He made me want to watch it. It was his first time watching it. You need to watch it. It's really nice. And she has a very precious smile too, Chiaki. He's being lifted in the air. It was destiny. It was fate. Where is Rumi? Oh? Rumi? Hello? There was no response. Did I have a bad connection? Hello? Rumi, are you there? Can you hear me? Look, the case is closed now. If you're still somewhere close to Shibuya, I'd love to see you if I can. You want to see me, huh? Don't you have a mountain of paperwork you should be doing first? Oh, you want to see me, huh? Don't you have a mountain of paperwork you should be doing first? The gruff voice was Shizuo's. Oh, well, you see, father, I told you not to call me that. Shizuo barked so loudly over the phone that Kano's ear rang. I thought we had that moment. I thought we had that connection now. What? Right, no, of course. And yes, I'll do my job. I just wanted to check and make sure that Rumi was alright. Looks like I misjudged you. Maybe you are the kind of guy who'll blow off work to go meet with a girl. Dad, hey! Kano heard Rumi's voice cry out with exasperation. Come on, let me have my... Come on, let me have my phone. I know that work is important, sir, Kano said hurriedly. But Rumi is even more important to me. He felt his panic rising. After all that had happened, he didn't want Shizuo to end up with a bad impression. Oh, be quiet. If you want to see Rumi, you can do it once you finish your work. Well, but I'm not sure when that's going to be. I waited on you today a lot longer than I wanted. So at this point, I don't care how long it takes you. We can wait all night if we have to. Shizuo let out a peculiar sigh. I hope it was Shizuo that talked. And then you and I can talk again about your marrying my daughter. Huh? Before Kano could be sure he'd heard that right, Shizuo hung up. Huh? What? He stared at the phone, his mind reeling. And then he was hit with a veritable explosion of joy. Yes! Kano leapt into the air and shouted with delight, his voice echoing through the Shibuya streets. Wait. Once the crowd had put Achi back down on his feet, he rushed over to Hitomi and they kissed! They kissed crazy style. So, Hitomi... Yes? Hitomi, there is so much stuff I want to talk to you about. So many things I want to tell you. He gazed into her face. But, Suzune, he didn't know how to continue. Hitomi smiled warmly. She understood. Go on, Achi. Go see your sister. There's nobody here in trouble that you need to rescue now. Thank you. I better get going then, to see Suzune. Achi broke away from his circle of friends and headed out to the Shibuya Scramble. Strangely enough, his leg didn't hurt too much now. Despite all that had happened, he felt invigorated, as if he was just waking to a brand new day. Achi! Hitomi called after him. I will see you again, won't I? Achi nodded vigorously. Of course. Just come to Shibuya, you'll find me. Lovely for Kano to jump in joy right next to a Starbucks. What about the boycott? He'd been born and raised in Shibuya, but after today, he loved the place more than ever. Oh, and we don't get that part of... We don't get the CIA part. Oh, Jack Stanley is literally really called Jack. Tiggy Williams. Cindy Johnson? Kotane Endo. I think it happened after the credits. Ooh, you're right. Junichi Yanagishita Nasubi! That's our man! You've doxed yourself accidentally, Miss Williams. Ah, fuck! My apologies for fucking up your schedule, but you might have to dedicate one more stream to this. After 50 bad ends, which you're near, you'll unlock one of 2 full-fledged stories. You unlocked the other one by getting the true ending already. Together they amount to 5+ hours, and they are very important indeed. What do you mean? I'll never be done with that game. Luckily, neither story has decision points. Do they have Yanagishita? Do they have Yanagishita? My boy! We're back in the building again! But yeah, they are where the rest of the soundtrack comes from as well. But is my boy there? This feels like cyberpunk. Ugh. Let me leave. I've seen these already. Well, you know what? While I do that, Tiggy Williams, who are you? Her name is actually Tiggy. This cannot be a coincidence. Her name is actually Tiggy Williams. You will never do this on stream, but you can look up online on how to unlock all 22 text-only mini-stories. One of them is about Yanagishita. Let the credit rolls though. Yeah, it was rolling. It was paused for you. When I'm on another tab, it pauses the visuals. That's it. For you, not for me. Where is she now? Please. Does this part change? Makes me feel like there should be a sequel. Not sure. Oh, that's new. Movie pictures. She looks sectaric in a way. She's gonna get assassinated, isn't she? That's when the Yanagishita comes in with a sniper and shoots the fucking girl. He shoots the bitch. Kanan! That was Kanan! That was Kanan! The real one! She is in Japan! You're so fucked! Kanan, do the thing. Shoot her, please. First of all, Kanan is blonde. Do it. Show us what she looked like, please. the same tattoo or the same tattoo. Kanan wasn't the real Alfred, was she? Don't tell me they're twins. Imagine twin Alfreds. Like this? What? No. Ooh, they are so fucked for this. Oh no. Oh, that's new. A bookmark? Black bookmark. Oh, what's this? It's the tattoo that he has, that they both have. Ooh. Oh, anime! They changed the password. You're betraying the front.
目的となる貨物車両を3秒に警報は解除したんじゃないのか。定か、そちらの進行は潜入経路に問題はない。みんな黙らせていいんだよ。彼女の専門は暗号を破る。それ以外に理由はない。待て。渋谷の文字はお前とは相性が悪いみたいだ。
Oh my days! Kanan preview added to bonus content! The story you just unlocked is about Kanan, the real one. This is a prequel story to the 13-episode Kanan anime, where the lesbians Kanan and Maria, the antagonist Alfred, and the Ua virus all get concluded, and although it takes a while to get off the ground, especially since the supernatural sci-fi angle is a bit much, I can safely say it pays respect to 428. Quite unlike a certain other Spike Chunsoft game-based anime. Damn, I wonder what you're talking about. The lesbians, that's all I needed to see. Me too. What I said earlier will corrupt the confusion. This game never ends. Let me see that bonus content. I'm gonna unpin this. First of all, because apparently I'm never getting off this fucking building. Pop quiz. Let me see the pop quiz. Please let it be presented by Yanagishita. The Ua virus is approximately this many nanometers in diameter. Okay. Fuck you. Hell no. As if. Opening, preview. Oh, those are all the previews. Okay. Back. Code game? Is it in there? First question. Something you didn't think to pay attention to in the slightest? Yes. Wow. It's in the Alfred El-Shua, the solitary serpent. The snake has lost 8 of its 9 heads. In the Middle East, the snake is seen as an ill omen, and those who take it as their name are said to be both wicked and extremely cunning. It's in the cell of Saber. Fate. If I give in to sentimentality, I will have lost my light all over again. And yes, the Kanan anime in the story is produced by Type Moonstaff. You can see it. The blue sun rose into the sky. For once, a blue sky is actually blue. As the girl rushed through the airport, she was met with the intense light of the summery dawn. April 28th, 8:21 a.m., Singapore Changi Airport. We're in Singapore? She let out a weary breath, so the fate vibes are much there. A shaft of sunlight blazed across her face, and she squinted her eyes again against the glare. The night had been a long one, and she could feel exhaustion taking hold. She wanted to stop and sink into one of the sofas in the airport lounge, but she didn't have time for that now. Was that all just a diversion? Who the hell does she think she is? Just tossing people away like that? Are the fringe groups of her own organization nothing more than halva to her? Also known by other names, including halawa and halawe, a popular confection throughout the Arab world, typically made with ingredients such as sesame, apricots, or grains kneaded together with sugar and some type of oil or fat. It is said to have originated in ancient Mesopotamia. I don't know this. Does it have another word in Morocco? Let me see. I'm curious. Do we have it? Shubakia! Yes! Ah, okay. I see. Muttering curses that seemed at odds with her young face, the girl wove her way gracefully through the sea of travelers. This time was of the essence. Time was of the essence. All she had in her hidden back pocket were some dollar bills. The dollar is a unit of currency in several countries, including Canada and Australia, but here it refers to the United States dollar, controlled by the Federal Reserve Bank. At the time of the story, it is frequently used alongside the euro as a standard currency for international transaction. She was just going to have to acquire the gear she needed on site. It galled her to be so under-equipped. The only consolation was that at least she'd been able to arrange for a boarding pass in time. Will she come across Yanagishita? Al-Anisa? Al-Anisa. Kanan refocused instantly as an unfamiliar man addressed her in Arabic. Was he a thief or some more dangerous third party? This was a country where both one's money and one's life could easily be at risk. She had one way to find out what kind of threat she was dealing with. Which gate is the flight to Japan? Her voice was sweet and girlishly soft. The man gasped. He hadn't been expecting this. They hadn't told him what he was really in for. This girl was the natural enemy of the serpent, a steely soldier in a proxy war. Yes, we need just one instance of Yana in anime. Oh my god, my life would be perfect. A professional freelancer who took any requests, and who always carried out her mission. A mere hour earlier, she'd taken out an armed syndicate 30 members strong. The red flowers of blood left in her wake a testament to her rumored capabilities. The man was dumbstruck. What kind of twisted fairy tale was this, with mercenaries who looked like sweet little girls? What's wrong? Were you not able to make the arrangements? No, everything's fine, he said hurriedly. The flight is departing from gate 6. If you're looking for your pass and your ticket... They're in my right pocket. That was impressive. I didn't notice until you'd already handed them off. The man gasped again. His surprise shifted to caution. With all the bystanders around, it should have been easy enough to make a handoff, without even the recipient ever noticing. He was proud of his skills, but still she'd seen right through it. For him. Don't feel bad. At least I didn't spot you in advance.
私はあなただって分かってたのに、渡されるまで気づかなかった。
You're the man I spoke to on the phone outside, right?
それってすごいことだ。
That was quite the feat.
私、あんまり人は尊敬しないんだけど、あなたには本当に感心してる。
I don't offer praises like this lightly, but I'm legitimately impressed. She's known since the moment I arrived, he thought. And she hadn't figured it out from his appearance. She just intuited it somehow. She had also immediately sensed that he was ashamed, even though he'd kept his face a perfect blank.
恐れ入った。蛇の天敵というのは間違いではなさそうだ。
Nicely done. I see why they call you the natural enemy of the serpent.
一度も殺してないのに天敵っていうのはすごく皮肉だ。
That seems a little premature, seeing how I haven't killed it yet. First, the girl had acted deliberately blasé. Now she was being downright cynical. She's a little unstable, and totally adorable. He had to remind himself that this was for her. This was her. How many soldiers must she have killed? How many battlefields had she survived? Hers was the life of a professional assassin. The fact that she had retained apparent normalcy in the midst of such disorder was more than a little unsettling. The man was astonished that this was the famed rival of the serpent. One did not strike at the snake without exceptional cunning and skill. Hers was the perfect camouflage, a mercenary in the guise of a child.
まあ、誤解でもないし、別にいいよ。
Well, so long as we're on the same page.
それで、話の裏は取れた。
Did you look into that story I asked you about?
あ、確認は取った。大越製薬研究所所長大沢の娘は確かに誘拐されている。
Yes, I was able to confirm it. The director of Okushi Pharmaceutical, Osawa, his daughter has indeed been kidnapped.
こちらのセルの活発化は何らかの陽動と見るべきだ。
We should consider the increase in cell activity on our end to be a mere diversion. In order to avoid being compromised, anti-government organizations that carry out illegal activities, as well as terrorist groups, frequently organize themselves into smaller subgroups known as cells. Typically, only the leader of each cell knows how to contact the upper echelons. Thus, rank and file members who are exposed and arrested are incapable of leaking information about the larger organization to outsiders. The name cell is taken from the biological structure. Funny coincidence. Kanan gritted her teeth. Her latest mission, concluded just an hour ago, had been to meet with this armed group, the Serpent. That was fine. Everything had gone off splendidly, without a hitch. The job had been even easier than she'd imagined. There was no cause to get bent out of shape. But the info she'd gotten her hands on had done quite a number on her mood. The Serpent herself is on the move. Japan, Shibuya, Okoshi Pharmaceutical, possible CIA involvement, presumed large-scale urban terrorism at work. That message had lifted the veil from her eyes. At long last, Alfred herself was out in the open, the head of the snake exposed. What a perfect opportunity to cut it off. But of all places to set the stage, Japan? CIA involvement would pose a problem. She wouldn't be surprised if the Serpent had already coiled itself around the Americans. When it came to Serpent, not even the US government could be trusted to keep itself free of influence. And the target was Okoshi Pharmaceutical. If that wasn't a sign, she didn't know what was. Was that just a coincidence? No. Allah was Al-Qadir, all-powerful. Yet the girl frowned in disappointment. What need would he have to go so far to pen such a perfect tale? She had thought such grand acts of fate were a relic of the distant past. But she could sense its hands in these events. She'd hurried to get the intel confirmed at once, and had quickly arranged flight to Japan. Maybe she was a freelancer, not aligned with any particular organization, but she still had connections. She had many tools in her arsenal. people were often the most convenient. If they excelled at what they did, so much the better. Many individuals sought to curry her favor. Sympathizer, like the man who'd made the handoff here, who would intervene on her behalf.
ありがとう。じゃあ行くけど、他に何か言われてる?
Thank you, she said. Is there anything else you need to tell me before I go?
現地に一人ワキールを用意した。
A wakil has been arranged to act as your representative on site.
渋谷への足を用意しているそうだ。着陸後、貨物室から降りられるようになっている。
Apparently, he's put together a way to get you to Shibuya. After you've landed, drop out of the hold. You'll be able to head off directly from the runway, the man said. Also, I can say the five protagonists of Shibuya Scramble stories now. All of them except one appear to be new. If I do not see my boy Minorikawa, I do not give a shit. There's just one. I'm guessing everybody except Osawa. Yes or no?
無駄足にならないよう祈っているとも。思いのほか、ラフィーク・カナンは我らのアニールから高い信頼と敬愛を受けている。
I pray this will not be a fool's errand, for your sake. I admit surprise that our Amir holds such respect and fondness for you, Rafiq Kanan.
今回は最悪。痛み分けでいいそうだ。
The journalist seems to be Minorikawa. Okay, so a lawyer, taxi driver, novelist, detective, journalist, and mascot like Tama, but mouse like. So you got the cat and the mouse. Interesting. Taxi driver? Tell me it's the same as this game. Tell me he became a protagonist. He deserves it. Novelist? Detective, hopefully that's Kano. Because while he has a different name, he keeps getting referred to by the detective perspective as Reporter M and looks the same as Minorikawa, so it's Minorikawa. Has to be. He hopes that you will not fail, of course. But should you do, that you will at least go down fighting. She sighed. Go down fighting? So it's okay to die as long as I take the target down with me. The man thought of nothing but his honor, his pride. No reconciliation, no negotiation, no submission. 3 tenets that mattered more than preventing bloodshed. Whatever designs these two organizations had on each other were of no concern to her. But even so, I don't need the warning. I have no intention of dying a third time. For once, her client's wishes aligned perfectly with her own. Taxi driver is a new guy. Aww. Her flaxen hair trailed behind her as she went to board her plane. She didn't look back. The flight from Singapore to Japan was roughly 7 hours. The serpent had surely anticipated that her enemy would pursue her there. In all likelihood, there would be a minimal window between Kanan's arrival in Japan and the serpent's plan coming to fruition. Heavily connected to Minorikawa in some way? We shall see when it comes out. She really does love sinking to new lows. The serpent wouldn't be so clumsy as to let someone from back home in the Middle East, especially a foe like Kanan, find out about this by accident. If she'd let the plan leak, that meant that it suited her purposes somehow. It would seem she wanted to entice Kanan to risk hope before trampling her underfoot. You won't lay a finger on me. The voice sneered at her, a backstage murmur in her mind. She dealt with the enemy's diversion, learned of the plan just in the nick of time, and rushed off to Japan without a second's hesitation. Japan was where it would all be decided. If she didn't do battle with the serpent, she would lose yet another close friend. Had the serpent engineered the situation simply to torment her? But things aren't going to go how you think this time. Shibuya is a poor fit for you. She spoke to herself to calm her gnawing impatience. The time it took to write Shibuya and the time it took to write Alfred were nearly the same, but the youthful and complex nature of the city of Shibuya won out. Her instincts were something akin to fortune-telling, a tendency to reimagine the world around her in a way that was neither wishful thinking nor sour grapes. She had a sense of conviction that hovered near the truth, but she knew she couldn't let herself be optimistic. The serpent possessed a powerful venom. It was possible that, even if Alfred's plan were foiled, the life Kanan hoped to save would still be lost. There truly was no time to spare. Crushing the French group in Singapore had gone more quickly than she'd anticipated. She had planned on obliterating them at the break of dawn. But she had been struck by a sudden, familiar sense of urgency and had acted an hour ahead of schedule. That change of plans had led to this. She had obtained the intel just slightly earlier than Alfred might have anticipated, and had put speed above all else in arranging the trip to Japan. Right now, she could only hope that the single hour she'd bought herself would let her save her friend's life. Maria. A warm red flooded her mind. They'd met 2 years ago. She remembered the day as an ordinary one. An unassuming tourist was getting hassled by the same sort of guy that caused trouble all over the world. Kanan's stash of her favorite snack had just run out, and it left her in an irritable mood. Maybe that's why she stopped at the sight of the scuffle. Not that she had any interest in helping. The man just gave off an eyesore of a color. Their scent was far too noisy, and she wanted to be rid of them. Shukran jazilan, said the grateful tourist, her hand outstretched. It's so weird to see Arabic. It's so weird, oh my god. She just said thank you very much. She asked if Kanan would be her guide, which Kanan tried to ignore, but the young woman persisted. This girl was a person raised in peace, from a peaceful country. Kanan wasn't the kind to hold that against her, or rail against the unfairness of the world. That's neat that you know, though. I mean, I was raised in Morocco, so I know at least that much. It didn't mean she wanted to put up with it either. A Yabanya like her was practically a different species. How could they even understand each other? Yabanya? I think it's a Japanese. I'm not sure, I don't think. Kanan was closer to an animal herself, and respectable people didn't get close to animals that were still untamed. Humans had overcome their feral side. They had become creatures of intellect. When such intelligence was fostered over the years, the benefits were clear. And yet, let's be friends, Sadiki. How about it? The tourist approached her, oblivious. Kanan could recall the warm color from that moment. It still triggered her memories. It was a pleasant color, one that she had been touched by before. This tourist, Maria, was not so remarkable as to draw the eye. Nothing about her seemed especially worthy of admiration. There was just something special about the wholesome smile she offered to the dangerous creature she should never have approached. You're very spontaneous, aren't you? Kanan smiled. There was something powerful about people who couldn't get a read on their own situation. It was the first time she'd smiled earnestly in a long while. The first time since she'd lost her light a second time. It would still be several hours before the plane landed in Japan. She did her best to ease her inner tension, to let herself rest in preparation for combat. Her orders were simple: save her friend, capture the serpent. The objective was the same as it had been before, that summer 4 years ago, when she'd gotten the tattoo on her left arm. That very long day when she'd been reborn as the Kanan she was now. Now we get to the prequel part. Listen to this music. That makes me so happy! The rumbling of a diesel engine sounded in her ears. The color that went with that sound indicated that the engine was running well. The interior of the compartment was rife with the smell of ramal. Sands? A dangerous blue and gentle red, a painful yellow. Those, the colors of the many people aboard the train as it chugged along. We need a dancing emote, we do need one. The train has set out from Al-Haditha, northwest of Baghdad. And after a journey of 300 kilometers, it was approaching the Jordan border. At the front of the train was an antique diesel locomotive. This was followed by first-class carriages, coach-class carriages, and also several of the women-only carriages unique to the Middle East. It was a long train, though not exceptionally so. It was remarkable that there was a line running between Iraq and Jordan. Traffic between the two countries, especially via railway, had been drastically reduced as a result of war. Many of the lines had long since fallen into disuse, but now that the West was working toward the reconstruction and stabilization of Iraq, Japan had also helped plan a railway between Iraq and Jordan, and had led down a temporary rail line. Oh! The train's final stop was not the border, but 300 kilometers beyond it, in Amman, the Jordanian capital. This trip would be a turning point. Sundown would see the venerable old train service come to an end. The compartment where Kanan rode was boisterous with noise and human energy. Wind and the sound of chugging wheels rushed in together through the windows, with no glass. As the only rail service currently linking Iraq and Jordan, the new line drew passengers from all walks of life. A freelance journalist returning from Baghdad, an Indian peddler carrying a piece of luggage larger than himself. Freelance journalist, huh? Where is he? A group of women who appeared to be members of some Scandinavian NGO. No one seemed bothered by the clamor. The passengers shouted and prattled on as they pleased. Various sounds, miscellaneous colors, profuse scents, myriad textures, manifold flavors. All of these sensations mixed together as if in a stew pot, and Kanan gulped them down. Yet the situation they provided was weak. It was like lamb without enough salt, and so she reached into her pocket for a dose of her favorite pick-me-up, crunching it between her teeth. Kanan was in a foul mood. She was on this train to do a job, but nothing had happened for 3 hours now. So far, the journey had proceeded without incident, and she'd had no opportunity to act. Siam, the man she called Sharik, had assigned her this mission. They were traveling together. Theirs was a rare team, No longer were they mudarib and mutadarib, master and student. They were partners now. Still, this was a complete letdown. The atmosphere on the train set her on edge. Despite the instability of present-day Iraq, there were no soldiers aboard, only several policemen. Supposedly, this limitation of the military presence was all out of concern for the complicated political situation. But she couldn't help but wonder if it was more of a concern for saving money on soldiers' pay. The major powers touted peace with enforcing virtue, while enforcing virtue when they could be bothered. This railway was just one more example of their dubious policies, supposedly established to help foster interpersonal exchange and economic revitalization. It had originally been used for military transport until public travel was more useful for somebody's agenda.
退屈。善意の国際協力ってものが本当にあるなんて思ってもみなかった。これの持ち主はよっぽど平和で幸せなんだな、シャム。
This is boring. Here we are, the carefree passengers of a modern conveyance operated by a well-intentioned international cooperation. Whoever owns this outfit has grown fat on peace.
ひねくれているな。善意の第三者は信用ならないか、カナン。
Don't be so cynical, her companion said. Do you really distrust the intentions of others so much?
別に信用なんてシャムしかできない。
Not really. The only one I trust is you.
そういうのが相手なら仕事はいつも楽だろうなと思っただけ。嫌ってるわけじゃない。
I just figured having you around would make our jobs a lot more fun. I'm not mad or anything.
結構、襟好みがないのはいいことだ。
It's a good thing, not being too particular.
だが善意と私欲、どちらが組みやすいかは仕事の内容によるな。
Just keep in mind that whether we align with the good guys or the bad guys depends on the job.
善意には損得がない分、人間らしい交渉が通じない。それはそれで厄介だぞ。
So-called virtue has no value unless it provides some real benefit to somebody. Otherwise, it's just a bother. Virtue, Kanan sniffed. Virtue was just another name individuals gave to their own biased sense of justice. A rigid and fanatical concept subject to any number of arbitrary beliefs. One man's virtue was another man's depravity. The very idea made her think of those interminable meetings between political factions. People puffed themselves up as wise and sat at the conference table without the slightest interest in the other side's values. To them, all that matters was what they had already decided was good and right.
損得がないね。どうすれば利益が出るのか、どうすれば生き残れるか分かってるのに、目先のお金には転ばないってこと？
Some real benefit to somebody, so they know how to profit and how to survive, and still manage to not go for the money that's right under the nose?
もっと派手に人生そのものをつまずき続ける？
Can someone really keep living their life like that without eventually stumbling?
客観的に見れば、
You need to look at things objectively.
安酒のようなものだ。それは手に入れやすく悪酔いしやすい。
Simple moral philosophy is like cheap booze. It's easy to get your hands on and easily makes you sick.
泥酔している人間に話し合いは期待できない。説得するより先に、まず荒ごとで酒を抜かなきゃならん。
You can't expect to get through to someone who's dead drunk. Before you can convince them of your point, you need to beat the alcohol out of them.
例えば、眉間を秒速で打ち抜いて。
Like by up and putting a bullet between their eyes?
ああ。まあ頭にアルコールが詰まっているかは疑問だが。
Perhaps, if it's the brain that's drunk. The man named Siam curled up the corners of his mouth. Do you mean he smiled? Though he wasn't a fundamentalist Muslim, he still detested alcohol as a tool of the devil. But his use of booze as a metaphor now was inspired less by his inner demons than by his unique sense of humor.
もう笑わない方がいいって言ったのに。
I told you to stop smiling.
シャム笑うと顔が怖いんだから。
It makes you look creepy. I think that's what they're been getting at when they've been saying that. Harsh, yes, but it needed to be said. Siam's smile was a rare bird newly come to roost. The two had known each other for several years now. Back in the day, she had never known him to smile. As a change of habit, it felt unsettling, like a sort of surprise attack. Never heard a smile described this way. Me neither.
知っている。そう忠告されて以来、笑わないよう努めていた。
I know. I've been trying my best not to ever since you first gave me that bit of advice.
まあ、
Anyway, our employer values austerity. Not smiling out to be our general policy. Kanan herself was equally guilty of a rare display. Her own sour expression had completely turned around. The only time she expressed human-like joy was when she and Siam were alone together. Her name was Kanan. Trained by Siam, a veteran mercenary, she had just turned 14 years old. He's the one that dies, right? He's the one that she loses. He's the friend that she loses, right? I knew they look young. You never know with anime. 14? Yeah. However, that is actually pretty realistic. Kanan was not her real name, but a nickname given to her 2 years prior. Hers was a familiar story, that of a child who had lost her parents and her village to the ravages of war. Unlike most who shared such a beginning, however, she'd had two major strokes of luck. The first was the ability she had been born with. The second was that she'd met someone who taught her how to foster that ability. As a girl orphaned by war, she had almost inevitably taken up arms. Making herself useful to the powers that surrounded her had been the only way to survive. The only people she could depend on, the only one who gave her anything, were them. The moment she didn't meet their expectation, she would go back to being a mere orphan. And so this girl, a victim of war, fell under the protection of the warmongers and was trained to be one of their soldiers. But then, she was picked up by a man, Siam, who freed her from those who had robbed her of her past. He had no ideology. He wasn't like the others she had known in her broken world. The wandering people who had formed a new nation to be their promised land, and the ones they had driven out, now wanderers themselves who styled themselves liberators. Siam was a mercenary who had been hired by those would-be liberators, but he paid no heed to their ideologies of either side. He was a soldier who lived to fight, knowing he was unlikely to see the conflict's end during his lifetime. Kanan didn't know how long Siam had been working as a mercenary. By the time she'd wound up in his care, he was already a veteran worthy of her confidence. He told her that he'd been kicked out of the army, but he prefers solo mission where he could focus on his objectives without worrying about fellow operatives. In that sense, he was something closer to an agent provocateur than an ordinary mercenary. Siam was well aware of his distinct style and position. He sometimes revealed a hint of shame at the fact that the assignments he was given were not official missions, muhima, but instead were referred to as job, email. Still, he was known as a valuable asset to the Liberation Front. They were a guerrilla organization facing off against superior Israeli forces. A lone mercenary who could carry out major operation by himself, he had fit in well with the guerrilla strategy. The fact that he was disposable, if and when the time came, was also quite appealing. And Kanan, once Siam took her in, had grown not as a soldier, but as a specialized covert operative. That was her good fortune. The orphan's talents weren't particularly well suited to acting as part of a unit. She was far better at being a solo diversionist, acting against the enemy's organization. And so she had ceased to be a soldier, instead training as a diversionist. She fulfilled her new role adeptly. Siam and Kanan, they worked in concert as secret agents, infiltrating, gathering intel, conducting sabotage. she'd learned to operate without backup. Typically, one of the duo would sneak into enemy territory alone, while the other acted in a logistics or liaison role. Here and now, however, with their objective aboard this moving train, responding to an urgent request from their employer, the two were working together as a team.
でも、列車で輸送するってそんなに大きなものなの？今回のは。
So, if this train is a transport, the objective must be something big, right?
いや、物自体は個人で所有できる大きさらしい。
Nope. What we're after is apparently small enough to be carried on one person.
中身は俺たちの
We're not authorized to look at the contents.
事実として
The first
それがあ
task
る
is
かない
simply
か
to
の
confirm whether it's really on board or not.
なんだ、それならもう終わりだ。私とシャムで見て回ったんだから間違いないよ。
Well, in that case, the job's done. We've both been looking around and I think it's pretty clear.
この列車は外れ。
This train is a
どこをどう見ても
bust.
普通の車両だし、おかしな手触りもないし。
Kanan sighed. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it, and it doesn't feel wrong either.
輸送の予定が1日ずれたか、こっちの動きが漏れたか。そもそも初めからそんな計画はなかったってとこじゃない？
Either they're moving our objective at some other time, they got word that we would be here, or there was no such plan in the first place.
いや、
No,
今回の情報に限って
The intel's
空振りはない
solid. I trust the person who provided it. They'd received the intelligence just 2 days prior. Even by their own fast-moving standards, this job was inordinately rushed. Member of American military deployed in Iraq has contacted a Mossad agent. Indications suggest plan to deliver and hand over weapon. Board Iraq-Jordan railway and gather intel. Recover payload if possible, destroy if not. Weapon to be transferred, enemy escort, and loadout all unknown. No logistical support will be provided during operation. It was uncertain why the enemy had chosen to move the mystery weapon along such a dangerous overland route, but the information came from a source that both CM and Liberation Front trusted absolutely. And the source had made it clear that the enemy forces were in a hurry to transfer this unknown new weapon. This was a tip that the Liberation Front could not overlook, and they directed Siam to act immediately. The situation was somewhat delicate because the enemy had decided to use a train that crossed the border as their means of transport. Given the tenuous political balance in the region, the Liberation Front couldn't risk open military action, targeting an international train running from Iraq to Jordan. Political pressure from Israel and the US might have led to the Jordanian government to give tacit consent to weapons transfer. But if the freedom fighters intervened on a large scale, it would surely invite a military response. Worst case, things might spiral out of control and trigger yet another full-scale war in the Middle East. Thus, the job at hand required utmost secrecy. The enemy would disavow involvement in any clandestine transport, and those who moved against them must be similarly able to deny involvement. Stopping and destroying the secret payload was a job for covert agents. And so Siam and Kanan had hurriedly boarded the train, where they'd been spending their time staring out the window. 4 hours had passed without any incident aboard. Now they were arriving at a halfway point in their journey, the Jordanian border. There, abruptly, things began to change. Without warning, the train, which had hitherto seemed like a promise of safe passage, grew thick with the dangerous scent of an escort convoy.
台車の変更？
They are making adjustment to the train?
何それ？そんなの聞いてないし、聞いたこともないよ、シャム。
What's up with that, Siam? I didn't hear that announced. I've never heard of that happening mid-journey.
レール幅の問題
The
だ。
problem is with the rails, the ones we've been running on our standard gauge. Past this point, the tracks are all 1,524mm broad gauge that are installed with assistance from the Russians. In order to run on the new rails, each of the train cars need to be lifted up in sequence so their wheels can be replaced. That's awfully ill-planned. The wheel exchange made for an extended delay. Each car in turn had to be removed from its couplings. Then each car was loaded onto a lift and refitted for the broad gauge track. This is going to take a while, Kanan grumbled. I wish we could just transfer over to a train that could head on from here. Well, the passengers on this train aren't rich enough to complain about a delay in the schedule. And this way the rail company doesn't need to change up the cargo. So long as the train and the passengers arrive safely at the destination, that's all that matters. Yeah, I suppose we of all people have no cause for complaints. But, Siam, the nonsense that there was more going on than just the switching over of the train's wheels. The train was being expanded. A freight car, clearly meant to carry goods of higher quality, was being added, sandwiched between a new pair of passenger cars. A total of 3 new cars were added. The only passengers in the 2 compartments surrounding the freight car were armed soldiers. They're all the same shade of blue. 7 soldiers per car, total of 14. Were you expecting this? No, I haven't thought this far ahead. Adding a new freight car, huh? Honestly, this would have been difficult to prepare for ahead of time. They were seeing a complex plan unfold, one that would be traceable after the fact, but which might be impossible to stop while it was in motion. They now faced a significant force of enemies that they might have to neutralize using only the firepower they had on their person. Based on the order CM had received, there was 0 chance they'd receive any backup. They're definitely soldiers. Can't tell what army though. They're soldiers disguised as passengers, and if they were with the freight cars, it won't be an issue. The contents of those cars will tell us if they're Israeli soldiers or not. I see. So, all we know right now is that they're not onto us? It looks like they've decided that everything's safe. Our only struggle block so far. The freight car transfer cast everything into doubt. It seemed to confirm that there was indeed a weapons delivery taking place. But recovering the payload was going to be more difficult than anticipated. The train transfer process finished without a hitch. The other passengers paid it little heed. Evidently, they were accustomed to this sort of delay. By the fix our client has put us in, we can't call for backup and we don't have a chance to resupply. Fanatics never are very good at planning ahead, I suppose. Or even stopping to sniff the air once in a while. Damn hardliners. At last, the train left the border behind. There were no planned stops between the frontier and Amman. Kanan and Siam needed to complete the job before the train arrived in Amman, which meant within the next 4 hours. The odds were 2 against 14. A difference of power so great it seemed absurd to even consider a plan of attack. Your Zaim messed up in assigning this mission, Siam. This isn't a job for 2 people. Given how black things are, we should just destroy the whole payload. We should have planted some semtex back when the train was stopped. That would be dramatic, but effective. If annihilation was our job, I'd have leaned that way too. They had checked the cars pretty thoroughly before they departed. Sneaking something aboard the freight car would probably have been close to impossible. So what do? Taking a 13 soldier head-on is a bit of a tall order. Nope, we're not going to take that big a gamble. If you're worried about our numbers, that's going to change. Someone else is joining up with us here. Huh? Kanan was shocked. She felt an unfamiliar kind of fear. As far as she had known, Siam never teamed up with anyone but her. Pardon me, but I'd like to share your seat.
どうにも居づらいんでね。
The others are all occupied by men, and I'd prefer not to sit with them. As soon as the stranger spoke, Kanan saw Siam's color shift to a pale, pale blue. A bad sign.
失礼。
I like her voice.
同席するよ。
Pardon me, the newcomer repeated. I'd like to share your seats. Her voice was low. The muscles in her arms were like taut with corded rope. To Kanan's eyes, her visage was a complex meld of shifting colors.
こいつ。
Is this? It went without saying. This was their sole reinforcement, their third teammate.
構わない。座ってく
We
れ。
don't mind. Please sit.
どうも。
Thanks.
なあ、
Say,
場所を
might
譲って
let
く
me
れ
have
ない
your
か、お
spot,
嬢さん。
miss? Children should sit next to their guardians. I should be in your place. Kanan sighed.
シャム、お嬢さんは耳が遠い。
Siam, is this young
それと
lady
もアラ
here
ビア語はわ
hard of hearing? Or does she just not speak Arabic?
カナン、俺の横に座れ。
Kanan, come sit next to me.
彼女は
This
今回の
this is one of our
情報提供者。
employers, the one who provided our intel. She's an old friend of mine. Kanan said nothing. But she did get up from her seat and sit next to Siam. She'd do as he asked, although he didn't trust this woman. She didn't trust this woman. She didn't like the way she said old friend. The way he'd said old friend. It brought up all her natural cynicism.
ご挨拶だな。
Charmed, I'm sure.
シャム、
Is this kid your backup, Siam?
いや、
No,
今回俺は
I'm the
ダーマだ。
protection this time around.
実はシナー
She's
も
more
受け
suited
た。
to offense. Her skills are the real deal.
村っ気が
So is her
目
attitude.
の前に相手がいないと目
But
を
she's
覚ま
not
さない。
lookout material.
守りは
She only really gets going when there's someone to fight.
それはそれは。
Well,
ま
well.
だ訓練中
So she's still in training. The woman regarded Kanan with a cold gaze. She gave the impression of a snake trying to sense the body temperature of a potential prey.
いいね。可愛いじゃん。
She's cute.
タイプ
I
だよ
approve.
で、その左手は
How's her
人並み
left
に動
arm?
くのか。
Can she move it alright?
訓練途中の
Or has your
お嬢さん
little lady in
体の
training
管
not
理で
learned
きな
how
い
to take
反
care of
応は
herself yet? Kanan glared sidelong at the woman. She wasn't offended by the remark itself. The fact was that her left arm was still in pain. What unsettled her was this woman's power of perception, able to detect Kanan's injury through the heavy cloak he wore.
動くよ。
It's just a
少しす
scratch.
りむいただけ。
It won't be a
そう
problem.
よ。そう。
Okay, but how did it
原
happen?
因は
Did you get injured before or after you boarded the train?
それでお前が
That
ま
will
だ
tell
半
me
人
whether
前
you're
の
just
兵
half
士
a soldier
ただの
or simply a fool. Kanan did not reply.
だんまりか。
The silent treatment, huh?
おいシャム。
Hey,
ど
Siam,
っちなんだ。
which is it? He didn't answer. Hmm? Had she seen something in that silence?
はあ。
Ah,
So
of
you-
course. The stranger could read Siam's silence better than anyone, better than his own partner. The woman's stoic face grew just a shade brighter. Her smile was entirely sarcastic, but at least it was a display of human emotion. It was a smile as if to say, well done, as if Kanan's injury were some fated thing.
見たところ戦争孤児
I am guessing she's a war orphan?
懲りないな
Seems you
お前
don't
も
learn either. How long since you started working on her?
引き受けたのは
I
2
took
年
her
前
in 2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2003. The Middle East. A war orphan. All that information taken together left no question about just what battlefield she'd seen. The Iraq War. She had lived through the long night of a war that for the winning side had been little more than a display of overwhelming resources and overwhelming technology.
安心したよ。
That's a relief.
半人前だが心
She's
構
only
え
half a
ない
person, but at least she's ready.
では技術を
I'm
これ
looking
から見
forward
さ
to
せて
seeing her skills in action.
お前が連れてくる以上
If you brought her along,
一発には
CM,
鍛えら
her
れている
training must be sufficient. Now that she'd inferred Kanan's background, the woman's enmity seemed to abate. Enmity. Their initial reluctance to trust each other had apparently been mutual. Kanan wasn't necessarily happy, but if this was the team CM wanted, she would accept it. As the woman had observed, Kanan had been trained by Siam after all, and Siam's judgment was absolute. Kanan knew him as her instructor and mentor. the ideal soldier, utterly reliable. She turned her gaze away from the woman and looked out the window. The passing scenery drew out her memories of the life she'd lived over the past few years. A girl who had lost all her relatives to war. The tale of a child who had never held a gun before, becoming a full-fledged soldier at the heels of a veteran mercenary. All of it came hazily drifting back into her mind. All the life I'd had before was taken away by the war. The echoing of gunfire in the distance, the sound of buildings ablaze. I couldn't help but think how much smaller and simpler those sounds were than I'd imagined them to be from stories. No place had seemed safer to me than my house, and it was reduced to ruin by a single artillery shell. A few moments after that blast, a group of strange men came barging in. I could hear their heavy footsteps, their coarse voices muttering. "They're dead. They're dead. We've killed them. We've killed them." Luckily for me, my father had been thinking quickly and had sent me into the basement. Unluckily, he and my brothers were still in the living room when the blast hit. It wasn't just the furniture that was now gone without a trace. I sat in the basement, thinking. From the men's conversation, I realized that they were looking for my father's corpse, my older brothers, and my own. I can remember every word those soldiers said. Something had clicked in my mind as I listened. I committed to memory how many men there were, what their voices sounded like, what names they called one another, so that I would never, ever forget. Focused on hearing their every word, for the next hour I felt neither fear nor boredom. I gathered that there was no sign of my father's body, but I had found my older brothers. Satisfied, the soldiers left. All of this happened when I was 12 years old. Trapped under the rubble, it was days before I was rescued. I'd lost my family and any place to belong. The adults who found me realized that I'd suffered emotional scarring, but I didn't have the time to bother with that. "They're dead. They're dead. We've killed them. We've killed them." Yes. There are too many things one needs to do in life. In my case especially, I expect I'm going to be overworked. It was quite simple, the reason I took up arms. It was not atonement that I sought, but equal compensation for what I've lost. Unjust usurpers, deeds whose cost was reckoned in blood. I have still not been paid what I am owed. The balance must be settled. I only ask as much as they took from me. This is why I carry on, never resting, with the relentless precision of a machine. The art style change is out of left field, but I fuck with it. It's the backstory of Maria's friends, so it's a side story. We finished the game technically. And welcome back, Soup. I've been told you did not finish Project Hail Mary, and I take great offense. Why? What happened? Surely it is no less than a meteorite crashing into your TV or computer, right? Surely the reason is not less dire, is it? Did you not like it? The meter in question was me being a little tired. Fair enough. Did you rest well? It is simply a tale of sorrow giving way to resentment, giving way to cold reason. Was it odd that I never felt malice? Perhaps I could see too clearly. I could see things on a broader scale than others. Could see where the evil was, where the flaws were. could see also clearly that I was dumbstruck into sheer objectivity. I'm finishing it tonight and I have adored it so far. Adored is a good word. Amaze, amaze, amaze. The weak are evil. My family, my father, people I should have been proud of, had too many flaws. People of conscience who esteemed a righteous society, who embraced complicated and contradictory things, who tried to become good sheikhs. An Arabic word denoting the leader of a tribe, or a wise man. Oh, a sheikh. An honorary term of respect for someone who commands trust. In the modern day, it is often used to refer to scholars, community representative, and in high-ranking management position. Amaze, amaze, amaze is accurate. Their many failings created enemies, invited war, and brought on their defeat. Violence was a vulgar thing, far beneath the cultured behavior of my father and brother, but it still had the final word over them in the end. We may have been cruel to those who would shame us, yet we had tolerated too many of these foreign invaders. Balance is key. One must clad oneself in complexities, yet be simple at the core. Taking action always requires a first step. If someone takes from you, you take it back. If they kill you, you kill them back. Action and reaction. We should have thought more simply. By perceiving everyone different than ourselves as our enemies, we brought on the war long before it was inevitable. Say no to racism, she says. Even if my father and brother had been operating in a vacuum, they probably would have done the same. But every family has so many kin to hold dear, so many others who cloud their perspective. Except for me. My family and my kin are utterly gone. Apart from the determination I already possessed, I knew I needed to hone myself. My growing skills as a soldier were necessary for me to achieve my goals, and more basically, necessary for me even to survive. My goals. In the beginning, that was all I really thought about. Once I'd become an orphan, I resolved not to rely on anyone. My trauma wouldn't let me trust anyone else. And yet, eventually, I wound up feeling a sense of trust for this man who found me and committed 2 years to training me. It was something I'd never thought I'd feel again. There probably isn't anyone around with the patience to train a complete novice. I wasn't qualified, but I wound up sticking with you. Siam was always more freelancer than soldier. He belonged to a liberation movement, but he made his living taking on job as a reliable mercenary. I guess his role gave him a lot of freedom, because unlike a grunt who simply fired guns, he was allowed to act as a sort of instructor. He had no close tie within the organization, which was convenient for me. I'd taken up arms not because of any ethnic conflict, but for my own personal cause. I'm being compensated for teaching you, but that doesn't make this some kind of formal contractual arrangement. Neither of us should waste the other's time. If I decide you're not suited for what I'm teaching, I'm calling the deal off. Luckily for me, Siam ignored my unique background and upbringing, and simply trained me to be a fighter, growing as an instructor along the way. Good firearms will not limit your abilities. Automatic weapons act as equalizer for soldiers on the battlefield. If both sides equal technology, then everyone is theoretically capable of the same things as everyone else. Conversely, if you have a gun that isn't up to modern standards, you'll be weeded out first. The first thing you need to learn is the skill to tell whether the weapon in your hands is superior or inferior. Guns are simple, not nearly as complicated as people. You just pull the trigger. My father had handled weapons occasionally, but never showed me how to use one. Political struggle was his preferred form of conflict, and in the end, it was that bias that defeated him. I took up guns to avoid repeating his mistake, but also, the feel of a metal grip in my hands seemed to suit me. At least that was how it always felt to me. Maybe my fondness for weapons was deliberately ingrained into me by Siam's instructions. Don't forget that you're a woman. However superior your skills may be, you cannot change your physique. If you're facing multiple opponents with a pistol, shoot at the nearest target twice. Even if you don't hit, pivot with your knees and fire at the next enemy. Keep them all engaged. Don't let them get close. I mastered the basics that first year. I say this not out of any excess pride or self-confidence, but I was measurably the best of the soldiers other than Siam himself. After that, Siam and I began working jobs together. Siam was against it at first, but I had the ability, and he at least had the objectivity to acknowledge that fact. He was an exceptional teacher, and I was an even more exceptional student. It was an ideal subordinate, an inhuman combatant willing to use whatever I deemed useful to get an edge. I had countless brushes with death out on the battlefield. The reality of war is that people die regardless of their tech, their experience, their abilities. I ought to have accepted that reality when I lost my family, but it was the battlefield that made the truth completely clear. There's a whole war arc now. The story is getting crazy. You were not here for the beginning. The society into which I'd been born seeks to assign value, not just in monetary terms, but for individual dignity and even ideologies. But only death is truly impartial. I was able to survive through all of this largely thanks to Siam's aptitude. He wound up protecting me countless times, and my inexperience put me in peril. His intervention was not out of any fondness for me, but rather a cool calculation in the interest of completing the mission. He knew I could be counted on. Never much to look at, he accrued even more scars in the course of rescuing his risk-prone student. Does anyone want anything from the store? Can I get biscuits? The one with the wafer biscuits with chocolate in it. Something like that. Can I get this? Thank you. There was almost no place that he hadn't been shot, except somehow in the head. He has been canonically shot in the pee-pee then. Maybe there was a trick to that? I had wanted to ask him secretly, but there was no allowance for questions while he was my shield. I could only make such small talk once his time as my protector had come to an end. And even then, up until this very moment, there had never been a good time to ask. Wafer biscuits coming up, I wish. What is Baja Blast? I know the name, but is there a way to make it at home? What is it made of? Yeah, probably. She did say he has been shot everywhere except the head. That means the dick is in. No one knows what Baja Blast is made of. And why is it pronounced Baja? It's a J in there. Baja is Spanish for short. Wouldn't that be Baja then? The J is H. Is Baja Blast? I had just wound up believing that Cian would never die. That no matter how many times people opened fire on him, he simply wouldn't get hit where it really mattered. It's a radioactive soda from Taco Bell. I would love to try Taco Bell. I want to try Five Guys though, I've heard it was really good. You are forbidden from making any obvious joke. Okay? Delete that message. Delete it now. That was all probably a delusion on my part, of course. But the fact was that he just didn't die. Of course, his heart had already died some time before. Bullets couldn't kill someone who was already dead. He deserved my trust. This has always been the case. The Gringos Caucasian community has just finally caught on. Oh my god. 5 guy slaps, but it costs an arm and a leg. Unfortunate. Ooh! I want to try Cheesecake Factory cheesecake. He deserved my trust. We were of the same breed, he and I. CM would always have my back, no question. Every once in a while, a truly exceptional soldier turns up. Superhuman. Keep up your mercenary career long enough, and you'll run into one sooner or later. My training was complete. I was no longer a student, but a mercenary, and this is what Siam had to tell me? I responded with sarcasm. What was this, some Hollywood script? Siam had never really joked with me before. No science fiction. This is as real as it gets. On the battlefield, individual gear and skills can only carry a soldier so far. Death comes for us all, equally. My turn could be next. After that, might it be you know? But in the midst of that sort of deadly equality, there are monsters who can overturn the balance. Siam went on to tell a story of 2 soldiers. Cheesecake no matter where he's from. True. One wielding a revolver and one an automatic handgun. The widely anachronistic revolver was no match for the automatic. Even disregarding magazine size, a higher rate of fire meant superior firepower, period. Machine pistol capable of firing 3 rounds burst would turn the revolver user into Swiss cheese. It's not about the technical limitation of the revolver versus the auto. It's about our awareness of those limitations, and at the same time, about our own limits as soldiers. Siam went on, talking about how similar weapons could equalize the abilities of soldiers, and about those who had removed that color from themselves and deviated from that equilibrium. For instance, the unparalleled gunfighter, capable of rapid fire like that scene in a Hollywood western, a type of character who actually existed. Expert who could fan the hammer, unloading 5 shots at a target in the span of a single second. Of course, simple rapid fire alone wasn't worth fearing. It had to be accompanied by the skill to put it on the target. Siam had probably just been trying to offer an explicit example of a time when exceptional human skill could surpass the capabilities of the available hardware. It had all seemed too fantastical, but he had been dead serious. Apparently he'd run across such rule breakers in the past. Born warmongers, patron saints of small arms, lucky souls, people who differ with different physical abilities than you and I. Natural differences in physical prowess, sure, but also talents perfectly suited for war, maestros of the battlefields, soldier far outside the norm, who can accomplish things no single soldier should be able to. When you meet an enemy like that, it's like staring down a storm. Still, even according to CM, such Superman could only deal with 3 or 4 opponents within any given moment. So, assuming you had 5 or more to attack them in that moment, there would be no problem taking them down. There's one guy IRL who probably had actual cheats on the shoot, as fast and as accurately as he did with a revolver. I don't get it. I was relieved. He wasn't talking mere fiction, but he also wasn't just telling some joke. So then what was his story all about? You're not a super person, but you are superb. And moreover, you know yourself. Still, that's all the more reason to be on your guard. Don't misjudge your body's limitations, and don't depend too much on your own skill. You are complete. So long as you have a proper grasp of your own capabilities, you won't be defeated. Thus did Siam acknowledge my ascendance to the statue of a warrior. It was an achievement to be proud of, to be seen as his sole peer as a combatant, perhaps even his better. More than anything, the esteem I held for Siam was a reflection of the esteem he showed me. We were the same. That's why, when the time came, I had scarred my left arm. I wanted a physical symbol of our connection. Introductions were a simple affair. Siam had no need to give his name. Kanan had no interest in the woman's, and the woman seemed satisfied with what she knew of the other two. I don't know his name, but there is a video of him drawing, firing, and holstering all within 1.5 to 2 seconds.
呼び方はシャムとお嬢さんでいい?
Shall I just call you Siam and young lady then? The newcomer asked.
問題がないのなら
Siam shrugged.
そちらの
If
今
you're
の
okay
名
with
前
that. What name are you going by now?
あ
Ah,
あ、連携
yes.
は必要だ
I
な。
suppose we'll need to that to coordinate. How does Kanan work? Kanan couldn't suppress the sound of irritation. She tugged wordlessly on Siam's coat, like a pouting cat, stalking a claim to what it wanted for its own.
すまない
Sorry, but that might pose a problem, Siam replied.
冗談だよ。
I'm joking.
今は定か
The woman said, I'm actually going by Sadaka these days. Sadaka?
それじゃ
Now
そろ
then,
そろ本題に入
shall
る
we get down to the matter at hand? Sadaka explained how the job would unfold. They'd wait until the train had traveled for an hour beyond the border before moving against their objective. Hopefully they could finish the mission an hour before their arrival in Amman. Kanan peered at Siam's face as he and Sadaka spoke. His color was, as always, blue. That shift earlier to an unluckier color, the cloudy whiteness of an unfamiliar stranger, had lasted only for a moment.
目的となる貨物車両は3両目
Our objective
その
is in
前
the
後である
freight
第
car,
二と第
number
四車両
3.
にはそれぞれ
Sadaka
7人ずつ護衛
explains.
が配置されている
7 guards apiece are
うち第
stationed
4
in
車両の
cars 2
2
and
人
4
は定期
to
的に
either
後部車両
side.
の見回りをす
It
る
looks like 2 of the guards from car 4 leave to patrol the back ends of the train at set intervals. And speak of the devil. Without even shifting her gaze, Kanan could confirm the presence of 2 soldiers moving through the car in which she sat. 2 blue blotches passing by, the color of alert escorts, a running inorganic blue, the color of fighters skilled in the use of the guns they carried. People who were this color usually rubbed Kanan the wrong way. Just being near them made her uncomfortable. Siam was a contradictory counterexample. Despite his dangerous hue, he eased her nerves. But whether the color expressed themselves as painful or gentle didn't mean anything. The colors were merely colors. Whether warm or cold, everything was done neatly in simple colors, as if painted with run-of-the-mill materials.
列車の最後尾は同じく貨物列車だが
The last car on the train is also a freight car, but everything in there is ordinary goods. If worst comes to worst, we could conceivably hold ourselves in there, Sadaka said. Of course, if someone were to toss in a tear gas grenade or something, we'd be done for.
いや
Let's try to stay away from any direct conflict, Siam said.
目撃者も犠
The
牲者
order
も
were
出す
to
なという
avoid
のが
both
オーダーだろう
casualties and eyewitnesses.
ことは秘密裏に
Agreed. We infiltrate the freight car.
連中が私たちに気づくの
We
は
infiltrate the
列車
freight
が
car.
アンマンに到着し
Enemy won't know we
何
were
もかも
here.
立ち去った後
We were ever here until the train arrives in Amman, and we are already long gone.
いいねそれは私の注文
Over
通り
and done. Perfect.
では確認する
Let me just confirm then, Siam
輸
replied.
送の真偽は
We've
明らかに
established
な
that they're transporting the weapon.
これの
Now our
奪還に
objective is to
実行する
recover it and get out.
変更点は
Any changes to that?
ないスポンサーとして同志の行動
You
に
do
期
your
待
part
し
and I'll
ま
do
た
mine. It had just been over 5 hours since they'd boarded the train. Kanan felt a sense of relief that at long last, the action she'd been anticipating would finally commence. Their objective was to recover the parcel in the freight car toward the front section of the train. They would infiltrate the car without alerting the guards, acquire the payload, and then disembark from the train as if they were normal passengers. Top priority was acquiring the item. Secrecy was secondary. If it turned out they needed to take the payload by force, they'd been given permission to initiate combat. Violence was definitely on the table. If it came to that. If they were detected, they'd wind up in a 3-on-14 shootout aboard the train. Okay, Kanan said. I know what you and I are doing, CM. What's her job though? Why is our sponsor even here in the first place? She's code-breaking specialist. Ordinarily, they wouldn't have sent the sponsors personally, but this time was of the essence. When the plan fell into place yesterday, she was the only operative available to make the rendezvous. So that's Alfred. Okay. I had my doubts. Because her eyes look strangely empty. And so they sent a code breaker? Don't be like that. She's an expert at what she does. This will be a good experience for you. How not like you, CM, Sadaka said. I guess the rumor about you going soft over some kid were true. She's just causing me an epic amount of trouble. Why? Is that the sort of story that's going around? No. I just heard that you picked up some extremely capable individual named Kanan. I didn't expect she'd be like this young lady here, though. Well, I didn't know someone like you was our sponsor, Kanan replied. Now that we've seen much of you over the past 2 years. You've got the wrong idea. I'm only one of many of your supporters. I'm not a mentor. I don't have the time to play an individual part in every little scuffle. But you've got time to show up in person for a job like this? As it happens, I do, Sadaka replied. I was already nearby, dealing with another matter. The Reeds Boar and or Baja Blast. What? And given the details of this mission, I couldn't simply ignore it. I wish you had. CM and I can handle this on our own. The enmity between the two had become like a steady rhythm, driving along their conversation. It did make them interesting to listen to, for better or for worse. What do you mean by another matter, Sadaka? CM asked. Were you here because there was some problem? Oh? Kanan was intrigued. CM wasn't the kind of person to ask irrelevant questions. Had he twigged something that might affect the mission? Whatever the case, Sadaka smiled pleasantly. An issue cropped up in one of our projects. I've been looking into the personnel involved, along with a flaw in the weapon. Here's an example. How would you feel if you were dealing with a gun that you expected to be quite lethal, but which an observer claimed had no effect whatsoever? What's this supposed to mean? You're not talking about a flaw there, Kanan said. That would just be a completely defective piece of hardware. Yes, young lady. Exactly. When there is a defect in something you've always trusted, it affects that trust. You could ignore it and hope it won't cause you trouble, but you're better off ridding yourself of something that isn't up to snuff. When such a situation arises, I head on site, assess whatever problem there are, and recommend appropriate courses of action. It's a boring job. These days I'm basically a maid, less a code breaker and more a risk breaker, you could say. I see. So you act all important, but that doesn't change the fact that you're just running errands. Through a battlefield, yes. Sadaka brushed aside Kanan's insult with an air of confidence. Kanan scowled. The woman was so sure of herself. She turned away and gazed out the scenery outside, and then she realized the snack she'd been gnawing on was gone. I got that the girl was Alfred, my bad. I think I have maybe 30 minutes of energy to go of. I think. Max.
シャム
CM. Kanan hissed.
今日は多いな。
Take it easy, Kanan.
そんな
CM
に
said.
不満か。
I know you're under a lot of stress.
シャム
CM.
話の途中だ
Sadaka
が
interjected.
少しいいか
Do you mind if I interrupt real quick?
簡潔に済む
So
の
long
な
as you keep it quick.
ああ
Sure. So I noticed that your partner had been nibbling on something.
お前の相棒は
What
何を
is
食べ
it?
てい
Some
る
kind of new snack?
そんなものだ。
That's right.
試すか。
You want to try some? You should save the rest for next stream. I didn't ask how long this part took, or forgot if you told me. Today turned out to be a normal stream. Yeah! Since you still got the other post-game story after this. I just want my boy Yanagishita. Fuck. Without saying anything, Sadaka took one of the offered treats. She tore open the paper wrapper on one end, then stuck the contents between her teeth like a cigarette, just as Kanan had. Kanan watched her resentfully, knowing what she was tasting. I say that combined, both story would be 5 to 6 hours total. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. Where is Yana? A simple, unpretentious sweetness, the purity of concentrated sugar.
ではなく
Sugar?
そのものだ
Sadaka said.
ただの砂糖じゃない
Is
か
that
これ
really all this is?
ああ
Yes,
Sugar stick
hardened
を
stick
固
of
めたもの
sugar. They are dried
乾燥
and
して固
formed
定
into
化したもの
shapes.
を見つけて以来
We've become a big
大
fan
のお気に入りだ
ever since we found them at the
今じゃ
market.
注射器を使って
Nowadays they
固定
use
化している
injectors to shape them.
品質
The
という
best
なら
ones come
日
from
本製
Japan,
の
I
ものが
hear.
いいそうだ
Kenan focused on gnawing her own stick, naturally listening to Siam's explanation. There was a brief silence. Sadaka let out a sullen sniff.
変わった思考だな
You have a strange taste.
うまいのか
You really like these things?
うん
Yeah,
無駄
I like that there is nothing to get in the way of the flavor. Sadaka raised an eyebrow dubiously. The time had come. They got up from their seats without a sound. Draped in their hoods, Kanan and Sadaka made their way through the train, doing their best to draw no attention. Siam had put together a timeline. They should spend no more than 30 minutes at most on their infiltration. In addition to soldiers stationed at the passenger's car, it was possible that the enemy had also lookouts disguised as normal passengers. A seat left open for too long might arouse unwanted suspicion. The team needed to sneak into the freight car, obtain the payload, and return to their seat without a single minute wasted. Siam was too tall and muscular to be well suited for infiltration. He would hang back and act as the girls' rear guard, and if the operation was discovered, his task would be to secure an escape route for them.
最後に着いた
Morgana!
時計の汗を
We're in position. Sadaka called in on one of the tiny voice-activated radios that the three carried. Synchronize watchers. She and Kanan prepared to make their way to their final objective in the freight car up ahead. Despite their clashing personalities, they moved almost like twins as they went about their work. It was evident that their training had instilled them with similar priorities.
確認するが
Just so I'm clear
携
on
帯
this,
しているのはベレッタ
Sadaka
と
said,
断層だけか
all you're bringing is that Beretta and one spare magazine?
お前こそ
Yeah,
銃はそれだけで
I
いいの
hope you're okay with that.
ああ
Yeah,
戦闘になった場
If
合
it comes to a
迎撃はお前に
firefight,
任せる
I'll let you
今
handle
回
shooting
の
back.
私の仕事は
My
暗
job
号
here
破り
is code breaking.
接続用の PC と
As long as I have my
発信用に
PC and
一丁あれば
someone
い
to
い
cover me, I'm good. Both of them were going in with a minimal loadout. As a covert agent in enemy territory, that made Kanan uneasy. But then, if a fight did break out there, the mission was already a partial failure. The organization couldn't spare equipment for a team that only needed it if they fouled things up.
お嬢さん
Have you checked the route?
ルートそのものは問題ない
The route's fine, as long as you're fine.
いいの
This isn't going to be
別のロード
guesswork.
じゃん
Not my specialty, but an acceptable level of risk. This isn't my first rodeo. What about you? You ready for this? I've ridden my share of wild horses. Once I get on, I don't fall off. Quite a swashbuckling little heroine, aren't you? Let's get this circus started. Ooh. And they have no muscles, of course. Because the people doing this are cowards. The garb that the two girls wore under their cloaks was quite different from the norm for Middle Eastern women. Aside from the fact that one wore a red and the other black, their outfits were rather similar. They really weren't. They really are not similar. Both of them had dressed for maximum freedom of movement. No problem with the infiltration route, Sadaka reported. We're on the move. With all the casual air of traveler going for a stroll, and without any hesitation whatsoever, she headed for the outside of the train. No problems with the infiltration route. We're on the move. The call cut out. From here on, the team would retain radio silence except in cases of emergency. As the girls back up, Siam had to decide on a course of action. He could try making his way through the inside of the train, heading straight toward the sequestrated freight car. It would make him obvious, but it would at least draw the guards' attention onto him for a time. He had no intention of trying to get into the freight car itself, of course. His goal would be simply to draw the guards' eyes. He could claim to be on his way to meet a friend. The guards would be sure to intercept him and try to usher him away from the freight cars. While that was going on, Tanan and Sadaka would hopefully be able to sneak inside. But it seemed that wasn't going to be an option. There were no ordinary passengers in cars where the guards were posted. If the things they were protecting was what Siam thought it was, these guards would be good. Any unusual action he took would provoke them, and only heighten their alertness. He didn't want to do anything to complicate things for the girls. He decided that his best course of action was just to stay ready in case things went bottoms up. He checked the gun he'd hidden at his feet. Then, he pictured in his mind the guards in their nearest compartments, their builds, their gear, their positions. Veteran fighter though he was, he could think of no good way to make up for the sheer difference in numbers. If a fight did break out, it would still be on 1 against 7. To break through an enemy position held by soldiers who knew what they were doing, he'd have to completely abandon his own better judgment. Those who are willing to rise above themselves can overcome any stroke of luck. He was reminded of a story he'd been told as a student, a fable involving a board game. Life was represented by the board. There was a clear, defined endpoint. One proceeded toward that end, but dire pitfalls had been set up on the way to the goal. It was a valuable lesson. One shouldn't have a goal in life, or rather, one shouldn't think of the end as the goal. The proper way to live one's life was to realize it was already over. One must focus on the moment. This game of striving for the goal, for the end, was just a way of rushing headlong towards one's death. The priorities were backwards. One shouldn't have a goal in life. One shouldn't seek meaning in oneself. To seek a reward, to seek proof that they'd live by achieving some hypothetical endpoint, that was a fool's game. Siam's ability to live without hunting for such proofs was one of the very few things on which he prided himself as a mercenary. Slipping his gun out of its hiding place, Siam narrowed his eyes slightly. Until now, he had been a lone soldier, but to use however his employers deemed necessary. He held no tenets, no opinions. He acknowledged that he was an instrument of war. He acknowledged that this was an age where such instruments were necessary. How many battlefields had he passed through? He could see no value in trying to sum up such experience with some complex, ever-shifting philosophy. There were those who would wage war, and those who would try to end it, and tools were necessary for both of those ends. This was all the justification a soldier required. Warriors fought, and then they died. There was no room for anything resembling a normal life. That's who they were, demons, not men. To see him, to this mercenary, this was a simple fact. His watch showed that 6 minutes had passed. 24 minutes to go. By then they would all know if they had failed or succeeded. It was too long, and yet too short. A gulf of time for him to fill with his own resting memories. He had been born into an age of enduring conflict. 1948, the first Arab-Israeli War, which started with the declaration of the establishment of the State of Israel. Over 800,000 displaced Arab refugees. A conflict between those who had formed their own nation at the end of their wandering and those who would never be able to return to those lands. 1956, the tripartite aggression over the Suez Canal. Any attempts at negotiation or diplomacy were ineffective. The Middle Eastern hegemony shifted into the hands of two nations, further deepening the turmoil. And then, 1964, the Palestinian Liberation Organization was formed to retake his founder's rightful homeland. His homeland. Oh, is he Palestinian? 4 years prior, he'd been born in a region west of the Jordan River. Like the other young men of faith who had thrown themselves into the liberation movement, he too had chosen a path of belief. But his beliefs were too rigid, too severe. He did not know or value compromise. He learned to focus on what he could accomplish as a soldier and strove to become one of the elite in order to end the fighting as soon as possible. He believed that this was the very best that he could do. The organization he joined in his team was small, but it had officially affiliated itself with the PLO and then joined up Colonel Gaddafi's camp, which had provided its members the necessary soldiers' education. Libya, that's what I thought. Infighting, however, gradually reduced the organization's number. He'd used the 82 Lebanon War as his opportunity to temporarily distance himself from the PLO, and had thrown himself instead into the fighting in Afghanistan. That was when he'd acquired the name Siam. He'd acted as a military instructor for Islamic volunteer soldiers from Thailand. His students had bestowed upon him the former name of their kingdom. A new name. And when he accepted this new moniker, something that represented something other than himself, it had ceased to be the young man who'd sacrificed himself for his ideals. At the request of some former acquaintances, he'd returned to the PLO in 1990. Yet again, infighting had brought the organization to the brink of collapse, and he'd been tasked with helping to restructure it. It was around then that he'd reached his current standing. The sub-organization that he belonged to was in dire financial straits, and so to keep it solvent, its members had begun taking on mercenary contracts for covert ops from the PLO and Islamic extremist groups that were former affiliates. He'd been a soldier for over 30 years. Through all that time, he had fought and he had survived. The fighting had honed him on every level. Much of it had been purely mercenary, to secure funding to keep his organization afloat, but he recognized that as being meaningful in its own way, in order to tip the balance in the fighting within their own country. His compatriots needed to encourage other nations to go for each other's throats. Accepting this as the evil that it was, they continued to wield the hammer of justice. Eventually, he had seen so much that he no longer felt evil, and then he no longer even felt the justice. Ever the consummate soldier, he was too grounded in harsh reality to deceive himself with flowery words or abstract ideas. Everything that he truly understood, he'd come to realize while on the battlefield. And one thing had become completely clear: the fighting that raged through his homeland would not end during the lifetimes of his generation. His own existence was nothing more than a blip on the battle radar, a tiny detail in the midst of something vastly larger than himself. Bit by bit, his once rigid faith gave way to something more nihilistic. Times changed, and so did values. At some point, the human heart went on to change as well. His changed convictions left him alienated, and he reformed himself into a solitary soldier. He longed for battle, yet felt no commitment to any particular conflict. And so, despite his legendary record in uniform, he became a mercenary outside the military establishment. His compatriots began to view him as nothing but a warmonger who fought without beliefs, and they were not so far from wrong. No longer a true partisan of any cause, what he was much harder to define. Ultimately, he was a jack of all trades. Recruit training, guarding VIPs, intelligence operations, subversive activities. He tackled them all. One thing led to another until he arrived at the last major job he'd undertaken as a soldier. The theater was the Iraq War, There was a battle on the fringes, unrelated to the main conflict itself. And there he'd found a girl who had lost everything, her kin and community all victims of collateral damage. The tragedy that struck her had unfolded in a single day. When Siam found her, a chance discovery as he was making his way throughout the area, it was a miracle that she was even breathing. According to the reports, the entire population of the village had been annihilated. Friend or foe, there were no possible survivor. And yet, Siam had found one. He had taken on this war, and that included aiding any civilians once the fighting was over, even if he knew it was someone unlikely to last much longer than another day. And yet, in defiance of his expectation, the girl clung desperately to life. She pulled herself back up from the brink of death, pieced her broken psyche back together, and declared that she wanted to live. Easier said than done. This child had no relatives, and all records of her family had been wiped out. In order for her to live, she would need to be reborn as a soldier. There probably isn't anyone around with the patience to train a complete novice. I wasn't qualified, but I wound up sticking with you. Perhaps because something fascinated him about this new responsibility, he took on the task. To say that the girl wasn't soldier material would have been an understatement. On a scale of 1 to 10, she was less than a 0. Her personality was an issue. She was whimsical, unable to keep her emotions in check, and incapable of working as part of a cohesive unit. Her general knowledge and awareness of local customs were also sadly lacking. She could read and write, but there was something fundamentally broken about how she processed information. She called the sun blue. At first, Siam figured she'd simply been taught the word blue to refer to what most people acknowledge as yellow. It wasn't long before he was disabused of this notion. The girl wasn't wrong. Everyone else was. The things she said weren't untrue from her perspective. To her, the sun did look blue. She was still able to distinguish the color yellow from the color blue the same as anyone else. But she had a very peculiar condition, very rare but known to humankind for centuries. Synesthesia. She was just like us, except in how she perceived the world. Words would come to her as shapes, sounds as smell, moods as colors. It had isolated her within her own village, and thereby saved her life. Synesthesia is so cool. I desperately want to meet somebody that has it and and be very self-absorbed and ask everything about me. Me. What color am I? What shape am I? Just me. Because it's so interesting. But what if it's not a color I like? That isolation was also why she had no initial aptitude for soldiering. She struggled to work within an organization, as those around her struggled to understand how she operated in a group environment. Siam had no doubt she was the only soldier he'd ever trained who could make eye contact with another person and instantly understand where they fell short and what she could do to make up for it. Running her in a standard squad was almost impossibly difficult. Siam soon found that he often needed to give his new novice his undivided attention. At least she's not running away from them anymore. You still afraid of guns? In terms of trained reaction and physical skills, there was nothing more than he could teach her. She'd mastered shooting and all the fundamentals of his standard physical training. And yet she was still an astoundingly timid girl, afraid of the battlefield, afraid of guns, afraid of the trigger. She even seemed afraid of loading a magazine. Every day Siam found himself thinking she wasn't cut out for this. But every day she threw herself back into the training, facing all the things she feared. Revenge, he began to suspect. No doubt she wanted the ability to fight so that she could strike back at the nameless bunch who had taken her village and her family away from her. She wants to be like me, Siam thought. She wanted to kill. No, she wanted the strength to be able to kill, and then immediately to put that killing behind her. You don't have to be afraid of guns, you know? You fear death because you've known safety. Leave the fear behind. You need to conquer your past, but you also can't forget that safety does exist in this world. She was still a respectable human being, not a soldier. He and she were cut from different cloth. Realizing that made him wonder if there was anything he could truly teach her. Sharpshooting is all about fundamentals, he said. Fire only at targets within range. Fire from cover. Fire first. That's it. Easy to remember, but hard to pull off. Make it your own. Oh, and one other thing. If you do get into a gunfight, make sure the other guy never gets back up again. So when she faces Alfred again, she doesn't let her get back up, does she? I want to believe she did kill her. She wanted it, that much was clear. And while she might never make much of a rank-and-file soldier, there were better things for her to do than learn regulations and squad tactics. She could survive best on her own. Away from the conventional battlefields, she began to achieve startling results on extreme solo missions. I mean, she's strapped so that's a safe assumption. Both of them were. You didn't see that part. They both had guns. Probably the same type of gun. But she was trained to shoot first, so... I want to believe. The more skilled her opponent, the more she rose to the challenge. She was a natural-born duelist. No, that wasn't quite right. The girl was an assassin. Siam had to admit that she improved each and every day. The almost daily change of pace was good for him too, as a teacher. The only problem was the source of her motivation. You're still thinking about revenge, aren't you? She fell into her typical sullen silence, a scolded child, unwilling to tell a lie. Inwardly, Siam acknowledged his misstep in judgment. She might have the makings of the perfect assassin, but the assassin's life would never be a good fit for her. Good, he said. Hold on to your vengeance. Repay the insult to your people. But don't stop there. You're capable of much, much more. Don't become a machine, stuck repeating the same motions. Take the easy way out. Give yourself over to hatred, and you'll die inside. Maybe there were no more physical skills to teach her, but he still needed to give this girl the mental training a warrior required to survive. Remember this, Kanan. Hatred for its own sake is meaningless. If your hatred isn't tempered by a sense of duty, you will be lost. That lesson, more an admonishment, was the one thing he'd held onto in the wake of his own disillusionment. His heart bore scars that would never heal. Revenge was a prize without reward. Claiming it could break you if your heart was made of anything less than steel. And so he told her to harden her heart into something that could not be broken. He only hoped it was enough. Even still wore away over time, bit by bit. A year had passed since then. A year that felt like a day. Now, one thing in particular rose in his mind. Before this job, for perhaps the first time ever, Kanan had asked him for something. She wanted a tattoo just like his. He'd had no choice but to agree. There had still been one day to go before the job, so they'd gotten it done on location before boarding the train. The tattoo, a snake, represented bad luck and loneliness to the locals. She didn't care. She saw in it a kindred spirit, a creature driven by the same nothingness that fueled herself and Siam, the timid girl and the black snake. If he gave himself over to sentiment, he might have said that the black snake looked somewhat uncomfortable there, coiled on this arm of this girl bent on survival. It saved. Oh man, there's more? I can't open the time chart? I can't go back here? What do I do then if I want to end here? They never let us leave. What if I escape? Nothing. Shift? No. Control? Alt? Other shift? Nope. F1. At least I know how to get back here, but how do I come back to this place? If I go back to the title screen, it will let you resume at the save point. Okay. I did well to wait until it saved. Oh my god. I am so tired. So tired. When you reload the file, nice. What did you think about the ending of the game? Obviously. Are you satisfied? The true ending, by the way. The ending was fire. I'm pretty satisfied. Me too. Osama didn't get shot and die, so that's good. Yeah. But yeah, this is way more than $50 of a game. Holy crap. Originally released on the Nintendo Wii, no less. I love Wii games. Kano is getting married. Achi and Hitomi are sweethearts. We didn't get to see them kiss. Not even a hug. Kanan is likely suffering from a gunshot wound. I hope it's just a wound. I'm gonna be so honest, I was in and out again, and so I missed it. Yeah, I know. It's okay. It did get a PSP re-release, though, before getting the worldwide localization on modern platform in 2018. Wow, 10 years after? I'm trying to find information on that Tiggy Williams. There's nothing, which does in fact mean the Kanan anime got localized before the game did. No Yanagishita, but that's okay. I'm sure he's onto his next together rich quick scheme. Yes. Yeah, there's nothing on her. It's crazy a coincidence though that she's named Tiggy. I didn't know it was an actual name. I watched the Kanan anime with English subs but Japanese audio for consistency. Take out together. Yeah, don't worry, I got the main idea. So we don't get choice during the anime. It seems like no, and I think Pitts did say there was no choices. So it should flow easier and faster. I hope. I don't know how much time this particular part will last. Right now, I'm not too thrilled about Kanan's past. Not too much. But obviously, that's the beginning of it, or at least, or maybe the halfway point. I don't know. Wow, I'm so tired. I think Pitt says it does start out slow, but it has some really important stuff in it. That's what I'm waiting to see. I am waiting to see. The thing that I okay, so I have two very different opinion on the exact same thing. They are contradictory. I do like that we get some Japanese dub in there, and it's also a pain in the ass. It's also a pain in the ass since I'm reading it out loud. The fact that they are there, it's a bit of a pain. Do I wait until they finish? Do I do over? At the end, I was just like, I'm gonna do over because I needed to be quicker. Yeah, because this is another beginning. It very much goes back to the flashback Mayhem that 428 started with. So its pacing is very questionable. I'm just wondering how long it will take for us to go back to the 28th of April. When do we go back to Singapore? But yeah, the pacing is weird in this part. It feels very long compared to, well, the main game, right? Obviously, because we had five protagonists, we couldn't just stay too long on one. But right now, it feels like such. It feels dragged for one scene, but obviously, it's because there is no other MCs. It's all for Kanan. But compared to the other coming from the main game, I'm just like, get to the point. On the aftermath of 428 for canon side is very much that 13 episode anime. I, I just want Yana, bro. But I also know that, you know, it's a build up. They want you to really understand the characters, which I get. But it feels like at this point we got it, and I don't want to be that person that is like too much to read. Because I do really like stories that have a lot of pages and stuff and have a lot to read. But for some reason, right now, it feels like just using the same sentence but written differently over and over again. It feels kind of like this, especially on that war part, like when Kanan was in the war. And when Siam was in the war, it felt like the same sentences over and over again, just different wording. And I don't know, it might be because I'm tired. Honestly, I don't want to take away that possibility. I might be very what's it say? When impatient right now, maybe. I don't have the mental capacity to make a proper judgment. So that's just how I feel. Don't know if it's actually what's happening. But yeah, I hope that tomorrow I feel better in that sense. But yeah, the moment when Achi declared that they had saved Shibuya and they all took photo with Minorikawa and Chiaki taking pictures, I don't know, that was such a good scene to me. Much was said about guns throughout the whole chapter. Yeah, I commonly hear those shortcomings for this. I'm glad to know I'm not the only one. It won't deter me from doing the rest of the game. But it is more tedious to go through than the main game, I will say. It's a bit more tedious. Ah, I know why. So far, in the flashback, it's been 80% of flashbacks. And in my head, unconsciously, okay, okay, dude. I was like, get to the point of stealing the thing. Since the other big post game story is more closely connected to the main story and uses live action shots, it definitely avoids the issue more. There's just hardly any other games with this kind of story structure, which I find so sad. Because I do like the structure of it. The ending manages to balance well between the classic the good guy win and the bad guys lose a little more. not going too overboard after the big Alfred twist, which I appreciate. Yeah, it leaves it open. But yeah, the flashback had flashbacks that took more of the initial flashback so far. That's a lot. That's a lot. And all of that for what? Yeah, I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran. I've seen shit. My heart is of steel, but it's what you need in the battlefield. Got it. But I took on this little girl. She is not fit to be to be a soldier. It's gonna be hard, but I'll stick to it because I'm a good guy. But turns out she's exceptional as an assassin. For 80% of it, it was this. But look at how hard boiled I am. I lost of my emotions, and I'm gonna teach that girl. The channel points are burning up his pocket. I did not time that right. I'm sorry. Point, 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 point. Point, 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 point. You redeem shrimp and then no shrimping. Right after the other. No shrimping is the position of the shrimp, as in scrunched into your desk. Just reminds me to have a good posture. I have 131.6k channel points. Oh my god. I think it would have worked better if we didn't start the canon side in present day, because with it, it makes the prequel majority technically a flashback within a flashback. I agree, but also because of the style change and the fact that we have not seen Kanan's face ever in the live action part, they needed to remind us this is Kanan, by the way. This is her. Remember the date of the main game? Yeah, it's the same. It's her. It's her. Did you get it? Now get to her backstory. I'm pretty sure Lucas has more. If I can't have the shrimp, no one can as channel point usage. It makes every flashback in the prequel majority a flashback within a flashback, yeah. It's a bit weird of a choice. It's not necessarily annoying if only the flashback within the flashback was not longer than the flashback itself so far. I'm just waiting to see if Sadaka and Kanan manage to steal that weapon and what happens afterwards. Why did we need to get like five flashback of CM and three of Kanan? What's next? They're gonna give us flashback of Sadaka too? Ow. Why? I'm gonna take away the toys. Did you just bonk my streamer? They did. They're spamming the shrimps and seal invasions. The channel points were in fact burning a hole in my pocket. Go use that time that you're using to burn all your channel points to see Project Hail Mary to the end. What the hell? Wah, 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 wah. Okay, I had to use that toy before it got taken away. It is a good one. Plus, we're just chatting, so it's okay. But when I play, won't lie, some of them they do annoy a little bit. But you don't use it to the point that it gets very annoying at all. Sometimes it's well timed, so I'm like, oh, nice one. And other time I'm like, why? Just confusion. I'm going to just waiting for the family to all be ready to. Gotcha. Trust. You better do it. I'll find a way to make a little questionnaire to see if you watched it to the end. I'll question you to make sure. Mm-hmm. Annoying ass streamer. But I'm glad that all is well that ends well. Maria is cured. Hitomi is alive. Achi and Hitomi are dating. I don't give a shit. Minorikawa is gonna have the scoop of his life. Even the guy from Heaven's Publishing, on the publishing side, has been following them through the end. It's basically like, yeah, I'm gonna make an exception for you guys because I can tell it's gonna be exceptional. Or he lost his job. Who knows? And Chiaki is still with Minorikawa. Toyama is still fine. Hana is probably proud of her father. Kano has his partner back. Sasayama is alive and well. I mean, he is alive. I don't know if he's well. And he's gonna be married. And Sasayama must go to the wedding. I imagine Sasayama going to the wedding in cosplay. What do you think kind of cosplay he would wear at his partner's wedding? I really enjoyed the game. It was done really well and I loved every character. I don't think there was one character that was just not well put together. I agree. Even side characters, they are really compelling. I mean, Yanagishita was clearly comic relief character and he was done it well. He was done well. There is that part of him that was really not mature. What do I say? Just positive. He's just a good guy, but he has his demons. Fortunately, it's funny, right? Achi's father, really nuanced, right? Tateno, really nuanced as a character. Who else? Susumu, Achi's friend, previous partner in SOS, very nuanced too. They were all really human. Even Yanagishita as comic relief and a very comical character, almost to the point of anime type of comedy, very manga like. He still has some depth, right? Obviously less than the others, but there was some. They did not have to give him a backstory or another view on life, except like, might as well have fun. You know, they still did though. Toyama, very interesting. Stanley, very interesting too. Since I'm a newcomer, what got you to put on the outer space background for this ending stream scene? I really like its contrast. Mainly because I wanted to test out a technique on After Effects. Mainly because I found it funny and I had no other idea. I just like space also. It doesn't have anything to do with my lore or anything. I just find it calming and it does a good contrast so you see me better. I wanted to have a round chat box. It doesn't exactly work well, but oh well. And the little things that move around it is just to bring back fabric on my model. Same for the pearls. That's it. I just like those motifs together. Sad we still don't know what happened to Kajiwara. Yeah, is he still alive? He must have gone to the hospital, but he should have gotten, now that you mention it, he should have gotten resolution too. He was a very interesting character, from going to creepy detective to the best bro you could wish for. Genuinely. I like outer space too. I want to write an entire fictional solar system of some kind. You should play Outer Wilds. You should. Or watch Project Hail Mary. Promise it has some interesting world or space building. World building, but space building. You should watch or play Outer Wilds. Play Outer Wilds. Everyone should play Outer Wilds. If you like space, it is not the most intellectual of game centered around space, I think, even though I haven't played many games about space. Actually, it's the only one I played. But it is cool. If we're talking sci-fi game in general, I've been liking Jump Space. Jump Space. As I've been hearing a lot about Astroneer recently. Yeah. And does Risk of Rain 2 count? I don't know. Never played. Don't know what this is about. I am very baby when it comes to games, by the way. Most of the games that I've played have been since July. I'm not exactly a gamer. I'm a bad gamer, actually. But most of the games that I've played have been since July. Astroneer, good, cozy. Oh. When I stop playing games, it feels like, um, you know what? I say it counts purely because it takes place on a different planet. Then it counts. Sure. You're getting better and better as you go. As all things. For everybody. Same goes for streaming, same goes for art, design, driving. Can't find games that truly make me happy to play them anymore for some reason. Hmm. I think as you age, you just lose that fascination for the new world you get thrown into. Because your mind can't stop um, comparing it to the real world or stuff like that. So it's not as whimsical of an experience as it could have been when you were a child for most of the stuff. There are stuff that when you were a child looked like almost a fantasy, and then you grow up and you're like, no, that actually happens in real life. So you're disillusioned. F-Zero DX is one of the first notable outer space games I played. Racing courses on different planets with lots of world building and character from the planets and all. I see, never heard of that game. Not that it's surprising, but it's one of the most try-hard, difficult racing games, so it's not recommend. So I'm not recommending it. Yeah, plus I like when there's like a story. All the games I've played one game that was purely for the mechanics, and I hated it. I hated it. Notoriously, I hated it. My nemesis as a game. I much prefer narration game and especially detective games. There's not that many of them out there though. I'm so sad. I wish I could be the detective game VTuber, you know? But there's not enough of them. Oh, you're new to gaming? Try Lives of P. I know Lives of P. I wanted to play it because it's so beautiful. I've learned that it was a Souls like, and I've been like, no. Souls like and me, nah, doesn't work for me. When it comes to mainly story-driven game, I've got a fairly good set to recommend. There's a lot out there, but not all of them I can like. For example, I know that Fallout. Fallout. Very good story. Probably would not play. I don't think it's the type that I would like. Even though it's a good game, I don't think the setting is good for me. Best story game was Mafia. Yeah, see? GTA. I know it's unfair of a comparison, but I'm just like thinking of very popular games. GTA, not for me. None of the games. Is the content within the average Wolfenstein game even safe for Twitch TOS? No idea, but I don't like games about war. No matter how you put it, I don't like playing the war. Just outright. No matter how small the war can be, by the way. I don't want to be a gang member. I don't want to be a police officer in a shootout. Don't want to be a military person. Except GTA 1 and 2. Ooh, but I can be a Yakuza though. If it's whimsical enough. Hence the Yakuza games. I guess it's the counter example. The exception that confirms the rule. Lonoa Door to Phantom Mile seems simple at first, but it's one of the few platformers with a story that really lands. See, even platformers, I will say I'm not sure. I don't say outright no, but I have doubts. That's why I'm gonna try some of them. I've been recommended Cocoon and Tunic a lot, so I'm gonna try them eventually. At least one of them. Not both. Unless I like the first one. But in theory, I'm like, I don't know. Executes rival Yakuza members whimsically. I mean, by breakdancing? Pretty whimsical to me. Majima, my beloved. And its gameplay is solid too. Nothing takes too long. I think they are currently finally working on World of Goo. World of Goo? Ew! Breakdancing, of course. Hey, Sparkly and we have the same brain. Dead as Disco, I have it in my wish list. I love Dead as Disco. I want the fuck DMC. Have you seen him? That's all I'm gonna say. But even the mechanic, I really like it. It really is good. I like the aesthetic. Charlie Disco. Charlie Disco is my spirit animal, slash who I wish to become. Wait, now I have to see the MC. You have a boyfriend? He's right behind me. He knows. He knows. It is Dead as Disco. Yes. Yes. Come on. He has that swag. I don't know how to explain. I'm guessing your boyfriend looks like Charlie Disco. Couldn't be further from Charlie Disco. I don't exactly have a type. I'm more into the personality of it all. Not really a look. But yeah, I'd like to play Dead as Disco one day. Just not right now. My finances do not allow me to purchase every game I want. So I need to, you know, select. I need to be selective. I have the lanky physique now. I just need the exaggerated swagger and dope as shades. And the tan. It's still so warm. I had summers. We're gonna have a heat wave, us Europeans. It's gonna be a hard time. It's already 42 degrees Celsius in Marrakesh. I'm not recommending Little Tail Bronx to you though, because eventually that means playing Fuga, A trilogy of game about children being forced to rescue their family members and other children by boarding a tank to murder so many soldiers. Yeah. And that kidnap two other on the way. At least a few start becoming so used to it that they become power hungry. Yeah, that's not. See, when it comes to violence, I'm not against violence in a game, right? However, how do I put this? Because we've played Nier, right? Nier has violence, especially Automata because it's against other human-like people at some point. But there was hidden meanings, stuff you could interpret, and stuff like that. Even replicants, however, it was against monsters, but they were actually humans. See, I like when there's depth to the story and not like gotta shoot the bad guys. I'm straight, but I low-key agree with Tiggy's desire with Charlie, facial hair or otherwise. At the end of Project Hail Mary, if you do not find Ryan Gosling attractive, a little bit, at least you can see the appeal, you know? I would be highly surprised. I don't know him, so maybe I need to see more of him. I'm not a fan of facial hair. I thought so just by the images. I was like, that's Ryan Gosling, and he looks amazing. In Project Hail Mary, he looks a little pitiful, just my type. And cardigans. Love cardigans. I need to see more films where he's in, because he's a good actor too. I just don't want La La Land. I'm not a fan of romantic movies, like romance movies, not a fan. So I need to see his cinematography a little more. If only he could play a detective in a movie where you can piece together the mystery of it all. Ah, that would be made for me. Also, his wife. His wife. Emily Blunt, I think is his wife. Oh no, it's Eva Mendes. Why did I think it was Emily Blunt? Who is Mendes? Eva Mendes. What does she look like? Ooh, Latina. Good choice. But also Emily Blunt, beautiful woman. Because I've never been interested in romance IRL, I always need something else as a hook, or I won't be interested. Can't solely be a romance story. I mean, La La Land is also a musical. A lot of people were hooked by the musical aspect, you know? And it has beautiful imagery. Like the colors are interesting, so on a more technical side, you might like the movie. Not a fan of musical, it's fine. It won't deter me from watching a movie, but musical plus romance, not really my thing. I prefer horror movies. I'm not definitely not into musical either. Mm. There are some musical that I really liked. At some points, I'm terrible at remembering names or titles or anything, so I can't tell you which one. I haven't skipped the musical One Piece movie. No, I haven't watched it yet. The only musical I've ever enjoyed is High School Musical, Me Too. It was good. Ooh, Camp Rock too. Camp Rock was my thing. And also, you have animated movies. I like the musical aspect of Disney movies recently. It's just that some of them are trash, But I do like the music in there. And Kanto without the music would be pointless. Genuinely pointless. I did a double negative by accident. That's goof. Depend how you pronounce it. I'm not definitely not into musical. It means something. That's true. I think all Disney movies are musical now that I think about it. They're always singing and breaking into dance. I'm not against it. My childhood loved the Polar Express. I don't think I've ever watched it. Wasn't I was watching Coraline back in the days and Tinkerbell movies. What else was I watching as a child? The Winx, Senseiya, Pokemon, and some Naruto. I was more into anime already. Naruto, Dragon Ball. Well, the Disney Channel original movies at least. Shit, a Waverly Place. I've seen the movie of this one, Waverly Place. Something before that. There's a word missing. The Wizard of Waverly Place, something like this. There was a movie, probably multiple movies, but I watched one of those. Ooh, I did watch. What is it called in English? Me, my wife, and children, or something. My wife and kids. My wife and kids. I loved that series. I loved it. One of the few series that my dad liked watching with us. And Malcolm in the Middle, too. I love that movie and that whole series. It was so enchanting. I liked it better than Hannah Montana. I just like Powers. Ooh, H2O. Really good. Charmed. Buffy Against the Vampires. Gus Whisper. If you know anything about me, Gus Whisperers has been like has made such a huge impact on me as a person. I loved Ghost Whisper. My wife and kids was so good. I might have preferred it to Malcolm in the Middle. Y'all ain't real ones if you don't remember Phineas and Ferb. It didn't come up on French TV. We didn't have Phineas and Ferb. The Simpsons, yes. When it comes to cartoon. And I think ah Family Guy sometimes when I grew up a little. Wasn't that much of a fan, just some few episodes. Ooh, Futurama though. Futurama was good when I was a teen. But I did do all of my high school last exam um studying with the Simpsons compilation on YouTube, live on YouTube. I did that a bunch. Hours of the Simpsons. Yes, I'm Ferb in the backyard beach. We never had that. I was already off cartoons like this when I learned about it. But I learned on social media, not on the TV. Backyard hodgepodge. Even what's the name with the mukche and the raccoon? A bluebird and a raccoon. Cartoon for adults, I think, or late teens. Mordecai? Mordecai and somebody. Even that I was already too old. Regular show, right? I watched a few episodes just to see what it was about. Didn't hook me because I think I was already too old. Rigby. I like Futurama best. Death by Snoo Snoo is still iconic to this day. What else was iconic? Hmm. If you've never seen those movies, you need to watch them because they're still very good for adults. If you've never seen the 3D animated Robots movie by Blue Sky, I think the name is Robots, you need to watch it like right now. Then Meet the Robinsons, exceptional. Those are my two go-to for recommendation of animated movies. Those are so good. I've always said if you feel down about where you're at in life, watch Meet the Robinsons and watch Robots. But especially Meet the Robinsons. It's such a feel-good movie that just teaches you to go forward, continue on, you know? Even as an adult, I think if you're a little bit sentimental like I am, though I am heavily sentimental, it does pump you up. It does make you want to go forward, despite everything. I loved Who Framed Roger Rabbit, even upon rewatch. It's my favorite male wife failure. The world needs more of him. But the movie is super violent and definitely doesn't fit Disney's modern image, especially with how its unique yet gritty world treats toons as third class citizen. Oh my. Meet the Robinsons and Robots. The Robots, you watch it for the comedy. Meet the Robinsons, you watch for the moral. I remember the Polar Express being fairly feel good too. There was one that I remember watching, but it didn't. It's something about a compass, moon compass, something. Robots has a moral. It does, but Meet the Robinsons more so. Robots does have a moral. Your societal status means nothing. Basically, everyone should have an equal chance of showing the world what they've invented. Robots is sick. I need to rewatch it. You need to. Genuinely. These are just plain good movies. But yeah, Robots was a huge piece on social class. Someone clearly doesn't understand that you can shine no matter what you're made of. Yes. No matter what you're made of, no matter where you come from, more likely it's more like the poor versus the rich. Why are movies about robots always speak though? It depends. It depends. Haven't seen a bunch of them. But I will say, if you it's always kind of the same, kind of. A lot of them are like, what if robot human? What if robot conscious? Also, The Men in Black need a rewatch. Still stands good to this day. The Men in Black loved it. Goddamn, those were good movies, especially the first one. The beatboxing in the first one, peak humor. Robots, Wall-E, Iron Giant, Wild Robots, Real Steel, some part of Castle in the Sky. These are animated movie, yeah. These tend to be different. They do. I've tried to get my mom to rewatch Wall-E because she's a die-hard fan of AI. Die-hard. She thinks if she automates a a TikTok account entirely powered by AI, it's gonna get her some income for her retirement. She believes that it wouldn't be that sad if teachers and doctors were completely switch with AI. So I was like, you want to know what's gonna happen if we do that? Watch Well-E. She never did it. Never. I also need to rewatch Treasure Planet. Oh, absolutely. Definitely Treasure Planet. The Book of Life, The Nightmare Before Christmas, The Iron Giant, and An American Tale. Treasure Planet is such a legendary pull. Yes. The Atlantids, or Atlantis, peak. I blame this movie for making me like glasses wearing pathetic man. It came from this. I'm sorry. DMC is hot to me. Your mom wants the singularity to occur. Yes. Get her to watch Terminator if you want to dissuade. No, I think this one is too sci-fi. It's literally a machine. I wanted to show her the laziness of humans once everything else is automated, which is Wally. Ooh, shit. The Incredibles. Incredible movies. Still stands to this day. I did like the second one, but I prefer the first one. It also changed my brain chemistry when I was a child. I remember playing with a childhood friend at the beach, and I was pretending to be Violet. And he, in good sport, pretended not to see me when I would use the invisibility bubble. Bunch of goofers. Too much garbage in your face? There's plenty of space out in space. Yeah. So yeah, there's the ecological read. Obviously the environmental read of Wall-E, but also it is a cautionary tale about the space AI takes in our life. Also, The Incredibles 1, yeah, rewatching it recently, it's still as good as I remember it. It's so good. Like, wow, such a good movie. And if you like the more childish stuff, if you don't shy away from the girlish stuff, the Tinkerbell movies, they are good. I liked especially the one with the twin sister. I loved it. It also happened that Periwinkle, the name of the twin sister, is my favorite flower. And part of my favorite colors too. Luca is one of Pixar's few modern gems. I did not yet watch it. But I'm also very easy to please when it comes to animation. I did like Frozen 1 and 2. I did like Encanto. I did like Moana. The ones that I genuinely did not like, live actions one. What the fuck was that Lilo and Stitch fucking movie about? The live action one. What the fuck was this? That was so garbage. I'm super biased because when I was a child, it was like my favorite movie, Lilo and Stitch. Constantly, people would tell me as a child that I looked like Lilo. I know some people that refused to call me by name and just called me Lilo. I looked so much like her, and I kind of acted like her too. I was Lilo. Some strange people still don't understand the main villain properly. Properly. He's not trying to equalize the population's power. He's trying to profit off his gadgets to become the ultimate hero above all, that everyone relies on under that pretense. Yeah, syndrome. I've heard it called a cinematic lobotomy. Yeah. We don't talk about live action Lilo and Stitch, yeah. Talking about villain, another movie that I've rewatched a bunch of time recently, um, Megamind. Megamind. Gem. Underappreciated in my opinion. Incredible movie as well. Love it. We don't talk about any product made after the first movie. We don't talk about this. There is only one movie, and it's the first one. If an animated movie exists, Disney will turn it into a live action remake. Yeah, the Moana movie, I won't bother watching it. I love you, Metroman. I love you, random citizen. Oh yeah, I watched Megamind like twice in my life, but I liked it. I think I've watched it like 5 times. Monsters vs. Alien. I watched that when I was a child. I remember that McDonald's released toys back in the day. Also, some incredible GIF materials are in that movie. Like the blob having another blob in his hand and like wiggling in somebody's face. His death was greatly exaggerated. My death was greatly exaggerated. What a good movie with such nice. Also, Madagascar. Madagascar, big comedy. The grandma that punches the lion in the balls with her purse. King Julian. The fact that Morty, I think his name is canonically a serial killer with 1,000 wives. What do you mean? Benton specifically, when the Halloween aliens are on screen, scratch an itch I didn't know I had. Just Mort. Oh, it's Mort. Sorry. Just Mort is reason enough to watch Madagascar. Ooh, might be a hot take because I remember exactly what I was doing when I watched Happy Feet for the first time. Because the movie, for some reason, I remember it so well. I remember what I was doing while watching it. It was an okay movie, but still, Happy Feet. You want something to turn your brain off while watching? Just watch Happy Feet. What a strange movie that was. Ooh, what was the one with the surfer penguins? Surfs Up? These are my trophies. These are my ladies. Oh my god. Yeah. What a good movie for the humor too, the comedy. The only animated mockumentary isn't that gold? How funny. So many great movies now that I remember. I need to rewatch some of those. I can just rewatch Coraline over and over. I do rewatch fuck that Tim Burton movie. Ah shit. I have it in French. Corpse Bride. Love Corpse Bride. This guy was dancing on me. Just look at this broken, gone, broken. Leah, I just want to say it again because it's so close. I don't remember Surf's Up exactly like I do the others because I think I just watched it like once or twice. And I remember like some bullshit scenes from that movie for some reason. Corpse Bride mentioned it. I mean, it's a classic. Corpse Bride is so good. I didn't like Nightmare Before Christmas as much. I think because Corpse Bride is a bit more mature in a way. And I did not watch A Nightmare Before Christmas when I was younger. I did learn in French the song in like middle school. It was in an assignment. And I remember learning it on my floor on my little rug. I remember that. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. I remember learning that song. All Tim Burton's movies have adult themes in them no matter who they're made for. True. But I think I think Corpse Bride was just a bit more mature. And also, that is a hot take. And I say tastes are selfish, they are your own. I did like the Alice in Wonderland movies by Tim Burton's. It's a comfort watch for me. The first one especially. I did like it. I love the costume designs and the set designs. Is it the best adaptation? No. Is it a good movie on its own? Sure. Not the best one you'll ever see, but it's a good one. I love Alice in Wonderland. It's just the ambiance. I love the vibe of this movie. It's okay to be a bit selfish. Yeah, I have some trash take sometimes. It's okay. Sweeney Todd or Miss Peregrine's Home have to be my favorite live action Tim Burton movie. Ooh, didn't see these ones. I didn't even see Edward Scissorhands yet. Too many times we're taught to be selfless that we always feel miserable. The other way around, too. Sometimes we are taught to be too selfish as well. I will never understand why we cannot have more collaboration in class for exams. In what world, when you don't know what you're doing exactly in a corporate setting, can you not ask Google or ask your coworker? It's better to be able to do it all yourself, but it's so weird that we're ingrained so young to just remember stuff, never use anything else, and never ask questions to our peers. It's so weird. You have to see Edward Scissorhands. Yes, I know. So many stuff I need to see. But also, when you go on list of stuff to watch, like stuff that you need to watch, some of these movies are not for me. I've been to cinema school. The amount of time that I've been told to watch, what was it? First of all, Clockwork Orange, everyone's list. Welcome back, Shadow. And what is the other one? Is it from Tarantino? With the multiple POV one? What's the name? I forgot. Also, Requiem for a Dream was in a lot of lists. There are a few that could be drugs, very popular scene, dancing, drug abuse. The woman has a nosebleed. It's on the cover. It's on the tip of my tongue. Enjoy your food soup. Thank you for coming by. I hope to see you later. I almost have the title of that movie. Pulp Fiction. There. Everyone's list has Pulp Fiction in there. I did watch it. I did watch Requiem for a Dream. I refused to watch Clockwork Orange. I watched Pulp Fiction. I see the appeal. I saw the technical marvel of the movie. Did not enjoy this watch. Requiem for a Dream. I see the appeal again. I loved some of the scene, especially the drug parts. I mean the drug parts. That's the whole movie. I liked how they used weight loss drugs as an actual drug. I did like it because not a lot of people talked about it back in the day. Hated watching that movie though. It was very um, realistic, which is probably why I don't like it. I hate realistic suffering as a main core for a movie. It is reality, they need to exist. They are not for me. I cannot watch those movies again. Then there was one other recommendation from a cinema bro that was Into the Void or Enter the Void. Again, the main stuff, the POV of someone that OD'd on acid or something. And you see Japan for 3 hours through the walls, inside many stuff. For 3 hours, I watched this movie. It was horrendous. I hated it. I hated it. I think when you go into cinema, especially on the younger side of cinema, any movie about drugs is recommended to you. Though Requiem for a Dream is important to watch, it wasn't a happy watch. I understand why it's a must watch. This one though, do not understand. I would probably recommend Paprika instead. Animated movie, sure. But yeah, weird tangent. Paprika, Perfect Blue, Serial Experiment Lane, or Serial Experiment Lane. Those are better to watch. So how did 428 end? Ooh, everyone is happy. It's not necessarily how it ends. It's more like what comes up to the end. It was a lot. It was a lot of back and forth. How do we get to this ending? But no one dies. Alfred is taken into custody. Turns out that Alfred was in fact Kanan, but it's the CIA that takes her, and they release her. But then, oh, also Kanan is not Kanan, but the real Kanan comes up, and they have a shootout, like one bullet. We don't know who won, and now we have a bonus content that is the life of the real Kanan, the real friend of Maria. That's what we're going through right now. It's anime though. Yeah, I also want to re-experience various movies and video games I didn't like back then because I might end up liking them in a new light. That is definitely right. What was the anime looking thing? I think I answered by accident. But yeah, it's the life of Kanan. I don't know if it's up to present day. It starts at present day, but it's mostly it's a flashback, and there is flashbacks inside the flashback. And no choices. It's full on visual novel. Yeah, you answered exactly after I hit send. I'm connected. We never see Yanagishita again. Speaking of flashbacks, ooh, I'm scared. Tomorrow you will curse today's Tiggy. Why? Because I have more of the visual novel. No more Yana trash game. Yeah, 7 hour stream. True. It's okay. 6, 7 hours. It's okay. But 9, I'm not doing this again. Unless I start earlier. There is no way I can do that starting when I start. I need to start 1 or 2 hours before. Because energy wise, it's fine. It's fine for my energy, but I can't be stopping stream at 6 a.m. But yeah, you're right. We should wrap things up. You have some movies to watch now. Watch Project Hail Mary for something more recent. Very good movie. Saw it in cinema. And Iron Lung once it's released, when it releases on online. It should happen at the end of the month. So very soon. Under 8 hours is fine. It's plus 8 hour where she starts struggling with her voice. Yesterday it was fine with the voice, and also I got my voice back today. But it's just by principle. Ending string at 6 a.m. Not good for me. I still gotta get 3 chords right. Yes. One day I might take a big wooden hammer to your address and manually fix your sleep schedule. I dare you. But yeah, thank you so much for coming to the stream. I hope you still enjoyed the end. If you have not seen it because of life, you will have the VOD. So I hope you enjoy it there. Or the VOD on YouTube, who knows. we still have to finish the canon part and some more content tomorrow, so it's gonna be another stream on Shibuya, 428 Shibuya Scramble. And then it's gonna be art, and then it's gonna be paranormal site. Anyway, see you soon. Don't forget to stretch and to drink water. See you tomorrow. Bye bye!